Hi guys, I'm sorry about being late. I was had something to take care of. It was crazy. But I'm sorry about that. Hopefully you can hear me, and if that noise behind me will stop. It's an ice maker and stuff. It's gonna stop. It'll stop. Okay, let me get back. Hold on to where we are. Very sorry about that. Really am. I've been trying to be on time and everything. Hi guys, I'm sorry about being late. Oh no, my gosh.
I sounded like Alvin and the Chipmunks. Let me see if that... Hold on a minute. Let me see if it sounds better now. Hold on one second. That was weird.
Guys, I'm sorry about being late. Oh no, my gosh.
That's so weird. Let's see if it sounds better. Hold on. My microphone is really giving me... I sounded like Alvin and the Chipmunks. Okay. Let me see if that... Hold on a minute. My mic's really going bad. Let me see if it sounds better now. Hold on one second. Okay, now it's fine. That was... No. No, it was making a... Okay.
Right?
Yeah, I guess.
Let me check it on my phone.
What do you mean? It's fine.
You sure?
Okay, better. That sound was way off. I know. Wow. I'm sorry about that. Hi, Lasso Lacey. Hi, Ceci. Hi, MSL. Hi, Callie, Lisa. And did I see Kathleen? I thought I did see Kathleen. Unless I'm not in the right chat. Menora Woods, hi. I feel like I'm missing. Twisted Stitches. I see you. I thought I saw Kathleen. Okay, so let's get started. I am so sorry. We had like something to take care of, and it was I'm on my way here, and then it was like boom. It's like crazy. Okay. Let me find our thing here. So we're going to continue with the BTK evidence. Oh, let me get it. There we go. Okay. You guys ready to roll? Let's go. Make sure that I'm not... Okay, echoing. So where were we? We're at the Oteros, right? Rader spoke with KBI agents Thomas and London about the Otero murders, but often strayed from the subject. At times, Rader would stand and demonstrate his actions. Rader described himself as totally a lone wolf. Bondage was proudly called my forte. If I have sex, I would rather have the bondage. You know, I could still perform with my wife and everything, but that's the way I like to have sex because I like to have that person under control. You know what you think about, okay, if this guy is so turned on by this, right? Why does he not have a partner in his life that feels the same way, okay? If he had a partner in his life that felt the same way, do you think that would have stopped him from killing people? I wonder. I don't know. Is it that he has to kill? But then he's after children, okay? Let's say he wasn't after children. Let's say he was only going to women. And then... what, having to do that because nobody would let him do that willingly, and so he has to kill the person because then they can identify him. So twisted, isn't it? But you would think at some point in his life, he would have... Now, I understand back, I don't know, in the 70s, you didn't have the internet. You didn't have a lot of places he could find like-minded people just easily, as people can do today. But you wonder, with a guy like this? I don't know. Because here's the other thing he said. He said that he saw this stuff in detective magazines, and that's what created that interest or whatever. Again, I'll ask just another question. If he had been in a different time and age when that type of fetish could easily be found, forums for that, where he could meet people like that, would he go to this extreme? Take the kids out of it. I'm not even talking about just him. I'm talking about other types of serial killers like that, who seem like Rex Heuermann seemed to have a similar fetish, right? Rex Heuermann definitely lived in a time and age when he was doing this, when he could easily go on the internet and arrange for things. I don't know. I don't know really what I'm trying to say here, but I'm trying, I think with Rader, he tries to make this, he tries to be rational about this and, talk about sex with his wife. And I don't know. I don't know. Wait, what do you mean, where's Carolyn? Carolyn's right here. Can you hear me? Oh, I was back behind there. Hi, Scooter. Does anybody, Carolyn, will give you some energy? Oh, Lasso doesn't have energy? It's disgusting to know there are others that think the way he does. Well, I don't know about Nora. That's not what I'm trying to say, okay? There are people that are into certain things. They're not serial killers, is what I'm trying to say. They have certain fetishes. Some people have a foot fetish. Some people have, okay. But they're not serial killers. I don't know where I'm going with this. I'm just looking at this guy, okay? They obviously sell handcuffs, things like that, let's be adults here, we're adults here, that people use in their bedroom, okay? They do. There are people that do that kind of stuff. There are. It doesn't mean they go out and they kill people. Do you know what I'm saying? He was in a day and age when this stuff was not these people, these players. You guess you're old. Well, he's old too, Nora. How old is he? He's old, Nora. He's got to be, let me see how old he is. Hold on. He's 80 years old, Nora. He was born March 9th, 1945. So, he's going to be 81. I don't think in his case it would make a difference. And I'll tell you why. Because of the kids. He got off with the kids, and that's gross and disgusting. And he's not going to find anything consensual with kids, right? So, in his case, no. It wouldn't have made any difference for him. I don't think. I don't think so. But Scooter says, Carolyn, these kind of minds have been around let me see what she's saying. Carolyn, these kinds of minds have been around in the dark ages. I know what you're saying, though. I get it. Okay. That's what I'm just thinking. You know what I'm just thinking? Is it just like some people say when the internet came, you must have heard, people said, oh my gosh, and I'm not even talking anything sexual, but I'm saying like some people that have OCD or they have anxiety, or let's say they have anxiety about something strange. No matter how strange your anxiety is, if you have anxiety about, oh, let me think of something obscure here. That you're going to turn on your kitchen faucet and there's going to be no water. And you have extreme anxiety about that. Prior to the internet, you might think you're alone, right? But I guarantee you, I don't even know. Go put it in an internet, and there's probably other people that have that. You know that every ache and pain you have, right? No matter what it is, the most crazy thing, if you say, I have a tingling with a stabbing pain to the left of my kneecap towards the top, you put that in, and there's somebody with that exact pain in a forum. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you get what I'm saying? And so I think the internet has shown people that they're not alone, okay? That they're not alone. So they're not alone in that pain they have. They're not alone in that anxiety they have about something. And I think it also works that way with their sexuality, okay? People are into some crazy things, okay? There's people that like to be covered in food. So there's so many different things. So all I'm saying is I don't think it would have made a difference in his case. Just looking at this, I'm just saying, is it that he just liked to tie people up, and if he had a partner that let him do that, if his wife had been into that with him, would it have made a difference? And would he have been content with that? That's what I'm saying. Do you get where I'm going with that? Is it just, do you think he ventured out here because he couldn't find that at home? No, right? He's just too sick. He's depraved. You've got to have more than just wanting that. That may have caused him to cheat on his wife, right? To try to find a part like that, but to actually go through with the kill kit and the stalking and then the kids, no, wouldn't have made a difference for him. I at least that's where I'm going with this, because he had too many other factors. It's not just that he wanted a partner to explore more in that aspect, right? You get where I'm going? Because somebody may look at this and say, like, well, if he had an outlet, or if his partner was just a little more into that, or if he had spent time and been open with his sexuality and what he wanted and communicated more, he might not have done this. But no, this isn't just about that. This is so crazy. I doubt Carolyn can deep dive that case, though. What case, Debbie? What case are we talking about? Still freaked out about the captain or general. Oh, we went through his, we did kind of do a deep dive on his, we did it through his interrogation. You're talking about the one that this guy got dressed up too. Did you know that, Scooter? He used to dress up and take pictures of himself in different things. Did you know that about BTK? You're talking about the guy in Canada. Yeah. We have his interrogation, and he'd like to dress up in the panties and stuff. Yeah, we went through that. Yeah. See, that's the kind of things, if somebody really wants to study this guy, that they would ask him. When he said, I could still perform with my wife and everything, but that's the way I like to have sex, because I like to have that person under control. I would say, hey, if you had a partner like that, would that have stopped you from doing this? If you had a willing partner who really liked that along with you, would that have stopped this? Would you have still done what you've done? Would that be enough for you? That's what I'd like to know. Do you get it, MSL? If we're studying the minds of these criminal minds, right? You want to know, we always want to know, why does somebody ultimately do something? Whether it's killing their wife, killing their husband, killing their kids, you want to know what the hell happened to this person that's where they're going. Right? Because I've got to imagine there's got to be plenty husbands and wives that maybe, I don't know, maybe want to do something else in the bedroom, and the other partner really isn't into that. And they don't turn into a serial killer. Okay? Maybe some of them cheat. Maybe some of them watch some things. But we got a guy here that says that as a child, he got into this from detective magazines, and yet he became a serial killer. So he got off on their fear. On their fear. Good, Nora. Good. So if it was his wife, she really wouldn't be fearing him, right? So you're saying he wanted the real deal. I feel like I've just got deja vu, like we talked about this once before. So weird. That's a good point, Nora. Very good point. Very good point. Yeah. He wanted to see that real fear. And in his wife, it wouldn't be real fear, right? Because she would, you would have to imagine, think that he would never hurt her, never kill her. Very good point, Nora. Okay, Nora, thank you. Very good point. No, see, Nora's coming in with the point. You thought you were old, Nora, and everything. You brought the. That's very good point. Very good point. That's a very good point. So that wouldn't be satisfied by just having a partner that was into what he was into. So, okay. So he says, before the Otero murders, Rader said, the fantasy and the real world kicked over, and I started carrying. I always walk the Twin Lakes Mall with my kit, my gun, or the stuff in my car. And just basically, as you call it, trolling, Rader claims to have tried the girl at Twin Lakes, and she fought me off, and I got scared, and I ran and hid, and I got out of there. And after my courage got back up, I started trolling other areas of town. The Oteros were selected when Rader took his wife to work one day. I took my wife to work one day, and she worked at the VA. She didn't like to drive in the ice and snow, so I'm sure that's what it was. I took her one day. When I was on my way home, either in the red car or the Chevette, I saw the Oteros. I saw her and the kids. Yeah, I think they were backing out. I think they were backing out of the driveway. Citing the Oteros caused Rader to think this might work. So, and I've always had kind of liked Hispanic people, the dark eyes and dark hair. Rader's main intention was to get her, Mrs. Otero, and the girl. When he entered the Otero home, Rader had no idea that Mr. Otero was home, and I didn't know about the boy. Later in the interview, Rader says he, Mr. Otero, wasn't supposed to be there, but he was, and I didn't have any idea that they had other kids because I had only seen her and the two other kids. I didn't know they had other older kids. Rader described another project at this time, Project Prairie, which was in redacted. I even dug a grave for her. For some reason, she didn't come home. I got her driver's license and social security number. I still have it. I would have had her if she came to the house. She was very lucky. The Oteros were stalked for probably maybe 2 or 3 weeks. On the day of the murders, Rader parked his car and walked to the Otero home. Rader thought about backing out, but made the decision to fulfill his perverted fantasy. Rader jumped the fence and cut the phone line at the back of the house, dropping his main big knife in the process. Little Joseph let the dog out, and Rader came in and confronted the family. They were getting ready to go to school. When Rader confronted the family, Mr. Otero said, "Is this a joke or something?" He said, "My brother-in-law put you up to this." I said, "No, this is not a joke." I told him I had a weapon, a .22, with the hollow points I would use. So they started to lay down. They started to lay down in the living room. Rader had a plan. My original idea was to get Mrs. Otero or Josephine in bed and have sex with them and strangle them. Executing the plan proved to be a problem. I didn't really have a real good control of the family. They were freaking out and stuff. So I bound them as best I could. The bindings were prepared beforehand. I already had my cords with me, and I think some of them were already tied, pre-knotted. To execute his plan, Rader had to neutralize the greatest threat. I tied Mr. Otero first, mainly wanted to restrict him, and I tied Mrs. Otero next. By this time, the family had been forced into the master bedroom. I had Mrs. Otero on the bed. My object was to tie him up, to control him, his feet, his head, his arms. Rader described the family as being cooperative because he used a ruse on the family. I just told them I was going to California. I needed money and I needed a car, and I was going, I used that on several people. I said, I need food. Rader was proud of his ruse, explaining it as kind of a persuasion and controlling. You get, you win. If people think they are going to be okay, yeah, they're going to be out of harm's way. Basically, there's going to be a minimum. You got them. And you got them. After the family was bound, they started complaining about their hands and circulation problems, but Rader thought Mrs. Otero was pretty comfortable. Although she was tied, she was on the bed. Mr. Otero and little Joseph were on the floor. Josephine was by her mom. The family was under control, and it was now decision time. Rader decided they were going down. Rader went to his hit kit in the living room to get plastic bags. Rader returned to the bedroom, and I think I started with him, Mr. Otero, first, and then all hell broke loose when they found out I was going after them. I got him down, put the bag over his head, and I think I had to wrap something around it, and he went ballistic, trying to chew a hole in it or whatever. Mrs. Otero was strangled, and she passed out, but she did not die because Rader recalled that I strangled her twice. Rader then turned his attention to little Joseph. I put a bag over Joseph, and then she, Mrs. Otero, yelled at me that you killed my boy, you killed my boy. And she was just going ballistic, and that's when I strangled her the second time. Rader recalled the first attack on Josephine occurring during this time, and in the interim, I had already strangled Josephine, and she came back. Rader described receiving an education on strangulation that morning. You strangle a person, and you don't hold them long enough, they will come back. I didn't know that. I never strangled a person before. You know, I strangled dogs and cats, but I never strangled a person before. Okay, there's another one. He was harming animals, so it wasn't just wasn't just, he had other things. It wasn't just a fetish with him. It wasn't just a flavor. He is a sick, twisted, deranged person that finding somebody that enjoyed a certain type of sex would not have helped him. And Nora is 100% right. He wanted to see that fear. He got off on it. And it would be interesting to see what happened to him in the military as well. And what happened to him in his early life. What it was like when he was a child. Right? How does a child get to the point that they're hurting animals? Like, are they born that way? Just damaged? That's something that John Douglas studies. That's something, and I don't think we have an easy answer to that. A lot of it, John Douglas will say, is the mother. And he says, mothers, listen to me. In the books that, in the killers that I've studied, there's something with the mother. And there's something with animals. They almost certainly harm animals at one point. So, yeah, I don't think it was just that he got off on tying people up. Okay. You strangle a person. I strangle dogs and cats, but I never strangled a person, so those were the first. Strangling is a hard way to kill a person. They don't go down in a minute like they do in the movies. But basically, a person passes out. I didn't know that they would come back. I figured once you strangled a person, they would be done for. But you don't keep that air. If that air gets back in, although it's probably damaged if you can't breathe, if you can breathe, the air is going to come back and you're going to come back. And that was part of that's actually the BTK, the torture, that's actually my torture, is this psychological. You're being strangled. That's your torture. There's his other thing, right? He likes the torture. Okay? He wants to kill people. He doesn't just want to have a good time. He wants to kill them and torture them. Rader returned to his description of the Otero murders. Well, anyway, I tried to, first round, I think I maybe tried to strangle him, Mr. Otero, and I think he went out. And then I went after her, Mrs. Otero. Josephine witnessed the attacks on her mother and father, and Josephine, she was going crazy. What did you do to my mama? Mama, mama, mama. Reliving that moment, Rader was sure that Mr. Otero was first. I'm sure I did him. I put a bag over his head, and his head, probably I controlled him first. I wanted him controlled. And I think I put a bag over his head, and then I think that's the way it was. I put a bag. After Mr. Otero was controlled. See what he does? He's still trying to sanitize this a little bit. After Mr. Otero was controlled, not killed, not murdered, right? He's still trying to weasel his way out because there's like a little bit of him that still wants to talk about how it wasn't as monstrous as, do you know what I'm saying? He's still trying to sanitize this a little bit. Okay. I strangled her, Mrs. Otero. She went out. You see how, she went out. Controlled. Not killed. Not died. Not murdered. Out. Controlled. Josephine, was crying, Mama, Mama, and then I strangled her. She went out. Mr. Otero tried to scrape a hole in the bag in a desperate attempt to survive, and he was still moving around. So I put the coup de grace on him. When Mrs. Otero came back, I strangled her again and put a pillow over her head, over her face. Little Joseph was taken to his bedroom. Rader put a T-shirt over his head and a plastic bag. I put the t-shirt over the head so they couldn't breathe through it, so they couldn't chew through it. I set the chair to watch. Sick, 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 sick. You see, this is sick. This is depraved. This is not, again, a flavor, that someone does for. This is horrible. He's getting off watching a kid die, killing a child. He's getting off on it. He gets a chair to watch it. I set the chair to watch. I think I put him on the bed, and I think he rolled over, and he was expired there. Sicko. Sicko. Rader's first thought after watching little Joseph struggle and die was, gee, really crazy. And I thought, well, I've always had an desire for younger women, so I thought Josephine would be my primary target, original target. Rader returned to the master bedroom. Josephine had woke up. With Josephine awake, Rader could perform an encore. Rader's encore was the merciless, sadistic hanging of Josephine. Rader said, I took her down in the basement. I pulled her pants down, tied her up there a little bit more, found the sewer pipe. Before hanging the little girl, Rader asked Josephine if she had a camera because I wanted to take a picture. Josephine said no and asked the cowardly murderer, what's going to happen to me? Rader responded, well, you're going to get in heaven like the rest of your family. The encore was completed when Rader slipped the rope over her head and took care of himself. Rader took Mr. Otero's watch on the way out the front door. Now, I wonder if that is the watch that other guy described him wearing. That would be really freaky, because wouldn't his wife know, where'd you get that watch? Rader walked out and went in the garage, got their car. The car had little gas, so I drove to Dillon's. I think I just drove it directly to Dillon's, pulled into the intersection, parked it where they found it. Rader walked to his car and realized he was missing a knife. I actually drove my car back to their place and parked in their garage. According to Rader, the knife was by the back door. Rader then drove home. I had a terrific headache. I couldn't believe it. I took a couple of Tylenol to get the headache down, and I took the car and all my drawings, sketches, evidence, you name it. I took it up to the little ark up in the valley center and burned it. Went out in the forest and burned it. Burned everything. The burning was done that afternoon before my wife got home. Rader said he was not worried about fingerprints. I had gloves on. I used rubber gloves most of the time. I don't think I ever took them off. I took them off to touch them, but I put them back on, and I wiped that off. Rader told the agents that a good project boiled down to opportunity. There's many that I attempted that didn't work. I would break in, or didn't show up, or I had other social obligations. I couldn't do it that night. Agent Thomas asked if Rader ever wore a mask to protect his identity. Rader coldly responded, no, because they weren't going to be alive when I left. But that's a lie. That's a lie. He had that freaky mask. Rader reiterated, my main targets were Mrs. Otero and Josephine. Little Joseph was just a bystander. He didn't have anything, although killing a bad way, I really didn't have any drive for him. Later, Rader said the Oteros, I was after her and the daughter, and I wasn't after the guys, but they just happened to be there. Rader assured the agents that the Oteros were selected when he was trolling and drove by them. I saw them. I saw her back out of that garage. That garage that's set off by the house with the two kids. Rader liked the Oteros because it's the way they look. Maybe I've always been kind of partial towards Hispanic people. They just look sexually to me. The stalking stage started when he saw the Oteros. Rader described the stalking stage as being just like you stalk an animal or something, you know? They don't know they're being stalked, but you're stalking them, you know? You're checking their routines. And when you can get them, Rader stated, that's going to blow people's minds because I just picked them. But unfortunately, that's the way it is. That's the way it was with all of them. I watched. Trolling stage. Came the stalking stage. And then the fantasy. See? You start dreaming. Start dreaming of how you're going to do it. Or where you're going to do it. Somehow it clicks. And then you gather your stuff. You set a date and try. Rader regretfully confessed that his attempts were not always successful and gave an example. It doesn't always work. Project Pinecone, Anna Williams. I got tired of waiting. Actually, I was after her daughter. I had seen her daughter, and she was really the one I was after. But I thought, well, you know, if she comes home, I will get her. Rader explained. My big problem was my social contacts. That was probably my biggest factor. If I was a lone wolf, you would have had many more victims, many more. I guarantee that. Many more. Rader was held back by his family. I had a family. I had a wife. I had to work. You know, I can't go out. When you live at home with a wife, you can't go out and prowl around till 3 or 4 in the morning without your wife being suspicious. So I had to connect this all with school and work and family life. It was difficult, but that's the way I did it, kind of like a spy. Rader described that he was into self-bondage. Oh, well, I did quite a bit of self-bondage when I traveled. When I traveled, I used to do self-bondage. I was in a motel by myself, and I would get my slick ads out, or my fantasy ladies, and I would spread them all out. What the hell are slick ads? What is that? Is that slick ads? What is that? Does anybody know what slick ads are? I'm imagining there's some kind of magazine advertisement or something. But I've never even heard that term until this, slick ads. Well, what the heck is that? Slick ads. Is that a book? Was that some kind of a magazine back then? Callie, Lisa, I don't know. Slick ads. I don't know what that is. And or my fantasy ladies, and I would spread them all out, and I would do sexual things to objects. What? Ugh. Ugh. The bondage pictures in the Jakey letter were me. Self-bondage. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I did. Those were Polaroids I took. I made those up in the big river between here and Hutchinson. That was me. That guy that looked like he was being buried in the ground, that was me. When you're in bondage, it's a sexual fantasy. What, he drew these people in the letter? Your internet is staticky today? Oh, wait a minute. Am I staticky for anybody else? Let me know. Okay. You can get really high. You can get high on that kind of stuff. It's just real exciting. The self-bondage almost got Rader in trouble. Yeah. On one of my last campouts, I got myself in a bad jam. I thought I was going to have to yell to have one of those kids come over and get me. One of the people there. It was really embarrassing. It would have been embarrassing. Rader escaped and spared himself the embarrassment of having Boy Scouts. So he was doing this on Boy Scout trips? Oh my gosh. Where the heck was he doing that? Ugh. Ugh. Oh, what a sicko. Oh my gosh. the embarrassment of having Boy Scouts free him from his self-bondage. Yeah, it took me an hour, but I did it. And I had slipped on a pair of, well, they were choke chains on dogs. Wow, this guy is a nut. And his wife has like no idea that he's doing this stuff, right? She has absolutely no idea about this. I don't know. Doing it at the freaking Boy Scout camp out. Crazy. This is so gross. And your what had low pressure earlier? Your water had low pressure? Okay, so gross. All right. After his close call at the Boy Scout camp out, Rader found time to relax, but you know what? What's funny, I didn't. I bagged this stuff up 10 minutes later, and I took care of myself. I guess that's just a high that, man, I was cooked. Rader's self-bondage was going to have to satisfy his fantasies in his senior years because he said, I'm going to have to start putting this to closure because of my age, because I'm reaching 60. I'm going to die one of these days. I don't want to leave all this stuff around for my family to find. So basically, I was starting to shut everything down. You guys are very lucky because a couple more chapters and I was done. Rader expressed fear of Charlie Otero. Yeah, especially the one out in New Mexico. He's going to cut me up and feed me to the sharks. Well, hopefully he won't find me. Rader described watching the victims on television. I was basically watching them and trying to pick up things that might help me later or that I can use in the letters. Rader described his stalking as hit and miss. So in essence, I would miss a lot in between. A lot of it is luck. Not lucky for the person, but lucky for me. Because one of you guys said I was the luckiest guy around, luckiest SOB in the world. The agents asked why Josephine Otero was taken to the basement. Rader responded, I used to do bondage in basements at the folks' home when they weren't around. Yeah, I told you, in his parents' home. It's symbolic, like a dungeon, dark. And that's the best place to hang somebody. I looked for other places, but that's the place that stood out. And it's the same kind of sewer pipe that's in my folks' home. Same kind of design and everything. Josephine was alive when Rader took her to the sewer pipe in the basement. Yeah. She had been strangled once and came back. I just tied her a little bit tighter and took her down there. And then pulled her pants down, and I think I pulled her. I think I did that after I pulled her top up. I maybe cut her bra. I think I did that after I strangled her. Rader was asked if he took care of himself before or after her death. Rader responded when she was dying. The sight of an 11-year-old girl hanging from a sewer pipe caused Rader to become aroused. Oh my gosh, and he completed his action. I grabbed my handkerchief out and went off. So I pulled it out. I don't think I pulled my pants down. It went fast. Rader boasted. Semen went on the floor. I saw it. Ugh, he's so gross. He's talking about how big it is. It's so disgusting. Rader was not worried about the semen right there by Josephine because nobody knew about DNA then. Rader continued to describe in a matter-of-fact manner the hanging of Josephine because I remembered bringing her down, and then I walked her down like this, demonstrating I got to the bottom of the stairs and I laid her down here, and I don't know where I retired her then or later, but anyway, I eventually pulled her pants down, tied her ankles, tied her knees. She already had her hands behind her back. Rader went upstairs to check on everything. Rader returned to Josephine, and then it was time. And I drug her over to walk this way. And this is looking south-northwest now. the northwest part of the basement. There's an entrance there. Oh, I had already put the rope in there. Already put the rope. I think I did that. I did that before I took her downstairs. Rader reminisced. I think in essence I had already pretty well eliminated the family, and I actually thought she was out too. Come to think of it, I thought she was gone. Rader planned to hang Josephine dead or alive. My encore was just to take her down there and hang her. If she had been dead, I would have still hung her. Just to hang her, and then probably pleasure myself or whatever. Rader talked about his own hanging, stating, if I ever have to be put away, I want to be hung. Well, they could arrange that for him, right? Hi, Valerie Ventura. But I guess they don't do that anymore. Josephine started coming back through and moaning and stuff, and she wasn't upset. She didn't seem to be upset or anything or crying or anything. I think she was probably in shock, so the transition to the basement went real easy. Rader questioned Josephine, do you have a camera? She said no, and she says, what's going to happen to me? And I said, well, honey, you're going to go in heaven tonight with the rest of your family. Rader grabbed the rope and pulled her up. And this guy was the president of his church. Let's get that. The president of his church. Okay? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Rader grabbed the rope and pulled her up, and that was it. And the sexual release. Rader coldly and without a hint of remorse or regret said, that's pretty cold-blooded. I'm sorry. Rader described that he was sweating profusely. Rader's perverted fantasies were not unique to a particular victim. No, they are all all sexually overt. They are either going to be bound and strangled or suffocated and hung or something, one of those three. Stabbing or shooting occurred when Rader lost control of the situation. For example, the only reason I knifed Kathleen Bright was because I was losing control and I had to get out of there. I never stabbed anybody else, and the reason I had to shoot Kevin was because we were fighting. I threatened to shoot people before if they didn't cooperate, but I never planned on shooting anybody. However, if a guy would have come in when I was in the process, I probably would have marched him to the back and shot him. Again, I don't think I would have messed around with strangling them. Rader did not want to encounter a man. I went through that with the Oteros. To strangle a man, an able-bodied male, would be a real rough business. And if you can get him under control, if you give them the slightest indication that that's what you're going to do, you're in trouble. So he thinks he's so wonderful, right? You're so wonderful that you got caught. That's how wonderful you are. Sicko. Especially with Kevin Bright. He fought back. I didn't have strong enough bonds on him. He broke the bonds, and we were in trouble. We had to go at it. Rader returned to a discussion of his grand finale, the intended 11th victim. Rader had either visions of tying her in a chair, or I had some old drawings where some models got strangled in chairs. But I thought basically I'm going to take her back to the bedroom, and I thought I maybe would have, you see that, sex with her and backdoor sex there with her. Rader recalled, I think she has a daughter. I thought, well, maybe I'll get both of them. Rader started stalking them after I did. Davis, after that, cooled down. Rader liked the intended grand finale because she had a perfect pattern. I could almost time it within 5 minutes of when she was going to be home. Perfect. She didn't change her routine. In my business, people that have routines were bad shape. Rader summarized by stating, you basically troll, stalk, and then you lock in. And you just keep working that pattern, and then you have to find a time frame. That's the key. The key to me is a time frame. If I had been a lone wolf, you guys would have had a lot more. Catherine Bright, Wichita Police Department Detective Clint Snyder told Rader that his case is the Catherine Bright case. Rader responded, "Sweet kid. So what do you want to know?" Catherine Bright was Project Lights Out. Rader spotted her one day going in the house with one of her friends. And she fit that profile, you know. She was picked out. I just saw her go in the house one day, and I thought, well, this might work. I don't have any idea she had a brother. Rader told Detective Snyder and Detective Dana Gouge that after the Otero thing, I wanted to stay away from males as much as possible because, you know, that would make it easier for me. The murder of Catherine Bright was carefully planned. Rader chose the date of the kill. This was locked in on that day. I said, this is the day. Rader's plan was to pretend that I was a WSU student, so I had some books. Rader knocked on the front door, and no one answered. Rader did not plan for Bright to be away, but he quickly adapted his plan to the situation. I thought, oh gee, they are not home. Maybe this is better yet. Maybe I can break in. Rader recalled, I think I had green pants on. I don't think I had tennis shoes, but I had some kind of suede shoes. I know I got blood on them. I know I got Kathleen's blood all over it, so I burned them. And I had to get rid of the clothes too. I had blood all over them after I stabbed her. Rader insisted I had no intent of either shooting a person or stabbing them. That wasn't my forte, but that just happened because I lost control of it and I had to do something quick. Kevin Bright was shot because we were fighting. Rader explained the difficulty with strangulation. You can't strangle a person very easily. It's a hard business. Your hands go numb after a while unless you have your hands in shape. It might take 2 or 3 minutes. You've got to put pressure and, wrap it around their necks. Rader got his hands in shape by squeezing a rubber ball. Rader gained entry to the Bright home through the back door. I think the screen door was locked, if I remember right, so I think I just punched it in real quick-like. After breaking the glass, Rader worried that he had made a mistake. And I thought that was dumb, breaking in that way, because if she comes in the back door, she's going to run. She's not even going to come in the house. A smart person wouldn't, so I swept the glass up. And about that time I got the glass all swept up, I was starting to case the place. Well, they come to the front door. Rader, in an attempt to ease the Brights, told them I was wanted in California. They had wanted posters out for me. I need a car. I need some food and some money. The Brights were forced into the southeast bedroom. That's where I had her. I had him. I think tie her first, but it could be that she tied him first, but I think I had him tie her first. I think I had him tie her up, and then I tied him up. And then I think I tried to tie him up to his feet to the bedpost. Rader regretted not bringing his own binding materials. I think I used the stuff that was there, and that was my big mistake because if I had brought my own stuff, I don't think they could have got out of it. My good stuff cords. I think I used stuff that they had, like handkerchiefs or rope. I mean like belts, things of that nature. Rader did not bring his own material because the Otero murder was still fresh in everybody's mind. This would also elude the police that this was different than the Otero murder because the Otero, they know that he brought stuff with him. Rader proudly pronounced, yeah, I'm bad to the core, before describing how he gathered up bandanas to use for gags or bondage. Rader diagrammed the scene for the detectives. Rader recalled a stereo in the living room. Anyway, this is basically the living room, and there's a stereo over here. I remember that because I turned it up when I was getting ready to go. I'll just use the word hit. Rader learned the trick from detective magazines. Rader turned the stereo up because I had them in separate rooms, and I thought the sound would distort the strangling sounds or the gagging sounds or whatever. At this time, Kevin Bright had been tied to the bedpost because I knew if I was going to strangle him, I had to have those feet under control. If he got up on his feet, he would be trouble. With Kevin under control, Rader marched Catherine in the back bedroom, and I think there was a chair right here. I pulled her in the chair, and then I tied her to that chair. I tied her to the chair. Rader had to get Kevin out of the way before I did anything to Kathleen. Rader had big plans for Catherine. She was going to go down on the bed with her hands up like this, indicating, or either naked or half naked. I was either going to strangle her or suffocate her. That's how this was going to go down. Rader returned to Kevin, started strangling him. I didn't tie his feet tight enough. He broke loose there, and he yanked his feet out, and he stood up. In response, Rader just did one of those John Wayne things. Yeah, he compares himself to John Wayne. Yeah, okay. I had my .22 auto, which is a Colt Woodsman target practice, and it had a hair trigger on it. It went off. It nicked him, I guess, and he went down. I thought, well, I got him in the head. The blood was starting to come out. He wasn't moving. According to Rader, the gun had a bad hair trigger and had accidentally discharged before the Brights arrived home. It seems like that I had the gun out and I was messing with it, and the sucker went off. I had the safety off, and she went off. Rader worried that the Brights would smell the gunpowder. Later, Rader again struggled with Kevin. When we fought again, and he about killed me then because he got his finger on my magnum. Rader thought, geez, I'm going to die right here, you know? And so I slipped my finger into the finger guard so he couldn't pull the trigger. Rader pulled away and shot Kevin with the .22, and he went down. Catherine heard the gunshots. When Rader returned to Catherine, she asked, "What's going on?" Rader told Catherine that he had shot her brother, but that he would be all right. Catherine was starting to become hysterical and going crazy, and that's when I think we started fighting because I just did not have good control over her at all. Rader said she couldn't defend herself real good, but she fought like a hellcat. During the struggle with Catherine, Rader tried to strangle her. That didn't work. Rader then remembered reading somewhere that if you knife a person, it's not instant, but they will go down if you knife them right behind the kidneys and the lungs. With this knowledge, Rader went under the rib cage, and I got her either twice or three times. Rader regretfully realized that he was losing control. There was no way that I was ever going to do what I wanted to do. I had to put her down, and I think I just went ahead and I drew the knives and I stabbed her, and then she was moaning and groaning. I had blood on my hands and my pants and my foot. What a mess. I didn't realize human blood was so slick, very slick. And I had it on the shoes. Rader then heard the door open, and I said, "Oh, shite, the police are coming in. I'm going to be dead meat." Kevin had run out the door, and Rader saw him streaking across town, going east, westbound. Rader made fast tracks out of there. Catherine was moaning and groaning, blood running out of her. I thought, should I shoot her? Rader decided that Kevin, had already seen me. Didn't make any difference, you know. If he's going to ID me, he's going to ID me. It won't make any difference with her. So I don't need to shoot her. And I didn't have time to strangle her, so I basically booked out. Rader had keys to their car. When I was confronting them in there, I got keys to the car. I always want to make sure I had a backup plan. Rader tried the car in the driveway, but man, when I hit this car, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work. I tried and tried. I said, damn, I'm going to have to get out of here on foot. The police are going to be coming lickety-split. I'm in big trouble. Rader did not have time to try the pickup truck, so he ran like hell all the way back up. I almost went all the way to the main campus because that's where I parked my car. That was a long run. I figured, yeah, the police are going to be coming down the street at any time, and I'm in deep doo-doo. Rader did not recall if he entered the pickup truck, but said, I might have. Rader did recall losing his stocking hat. Gray with white snowflakes or something on it. Rader made it home after lunch, I think, because it seems like when I got home before my wife got home. Rader planned to burn his clothes, but I couldn't burn him at that time. I had a time frame I had to work under. I had to get back and get cleaned up because Paula was going to be home, my wife. I hid my gun and some of my stuff over there at my folks' house. Dad had an old saw box with sawdust. I put my gun in there. Rader disposed of the gun in the fall of 2004. Rader explained that he was disposing of stuff and was downloading everything onto floppies. And I was eventually going to go to the CD, and everything else was going to disappear. Using floppies in 2004 was still archaic. I mean, come on. Floppies in 2004? Oh my gosh. Okay. And I was going to go to the CD and everything else was going to disappear because I knew sooner or later I was going to die. And I didn't want stuff like that around the house. But I figured if I had a safe deposit box with a CD or a floppy in it with a bogey name on it, 10 or 20 years, whatever, they're going through the estate deal, they'd probably find it. And they say, oh, gee, man, this is BTK. Where did he live? Yada, yada, yada. And that was my master. And come to find out, you guys know more about computers than I do. Unlucky for me, lucky for you. So listen to this. Hi, Abuelita. Listen, this guy is so gross, right? Now, if you want to talk about his daughter being embarrassed and she was so angry, and I don't know much about his son or his wife, but I know his wife just wants to pretend he's dead, and I don't look what he just said there. He wanted it to be known he was BTK. He wanted to bring that into their lives, that somebody would go through that safe deposit box and say, this is BTK. See? He didn't care about what they were going to go through. He didn't care. So that should speak volumes to them, right? Rader tried to convince the detectives that when he was not killing people, he really was a nice guy. Normally, I'm a pretty nice guy. I'm sorry, but I am. I've raised kids. I had a wife. And president of the church. Been in scouts. It goes on and on and on. But yeah, I have a mean streak in me. So, and it occasionally flares up. Takes control. Shirley Vian, Wichita Police Department Detective Dana Gouge spoke with Rader about the murder of Shirley Vian. Detective Gouge asked about the reason for the break-in between Bright and Vian, and Rader responds by comparing the killings of human beings to fishing. I think it can be that a man goes fishing and sometimes he's not very lucky. It may be some social issues busy at home or work. I'm sure I was probably trolling and stalking. It just never happened. Rader used the detective ruse in the Vian case. Rader explained, I used the detective on that I was looking for somebody. I used the picture of a lady and a kid, and then I asked them if they lived in this neighborhood. And that's when I talked to the Vian kid, when he came down from Dillon's. That's the grocery store. Rader approached the Vian kid because the original target was not at home. I saw him coming, and I stopped him on the road, and I talked to him, just like a stranger would. And then I saw where he went. And then I think I was already going up to blackouts. I think I knocked, so I just went on the door and went to where the Vian kid went and went on in. Rader said that the photograph shown to the Vian kid was a photo of my wife and son. Rader was aware that Steve Relford had reported that the photograph was a picture of Steve and his mother. Rader stated that Steve was mistaken. The photo was my relative's. And the photo he had was the one he thought was the one I showed to him. Rader described himself as being well dressed that day. I was pretty spiffy looking. Dark slacks, regular dress shoes. I had it was, had it made in Turkey. It was James Bond was real big back in the 60s. It was a James Bond style tweed sport coat. I had a briefcase. I had all my stuff in it. Rader had decided that St. Patrick's Day, 1977, would be a day for murder. I already figured out what I was going to do, so I dressed. I think I dressed at home. It was probably one of those days that was St. Pat's Day, I think. I think they were having a parade downtown. My wife was probably at work. Rader told Detective Gouge that after the murder, his wife found a draft of the Shirley poem. What was really spooky, my wife almost found that because I was doing AJ classes at WSU, and she found some of my damn cards that I made out, my draft cards. I stuck them down in the chair I was working on some night. And she came in the house and I stuck them down in the chair. I forgot about them for some reason. And she found them. And it scared her. She said, "Well, what's these?" I said, "Well, we are working drafts because we're doing this BTK thing, whatever, at school." Wow, so the wife found a draft of that poem and these cards? What the heck? Come on. No, Scooter, the brother lived, the girl died. She went to the hospital. She was alive when the police came. She was alive at the hospital. She kept saying, help me, I can't breathe. She died. She fought hard. After getting dressed at home, Rader just drove straight there, parked in the parking lot, and then I watched 12. I think it's 12:07, and I thought, they were in the house, and I walked over there and knocked on the door using my detective ruse, and they weren't there. I knocked, shoot! And it was broad daylight. I was in my good clothes. I wasn't going to break in and try any break-ins, so from there I said, well, I know some other places now. I'm already set to go. Why not? So I went to Blackout's house, knocked on the door, no go. And then I ran into the kid on the street. At the Vian house, Rader knocked and went in. Rader complained that the Vian home was a mess because they weren't very kept people, I don't think. Shirley Vian was sick. She had a blue nightrobe on, I think, and a pink nightgown, and she had been in bed. I could tell she was sick. She was sick. She vomited once or twice, and I got her some water. Rader tried to get control of the family, and there were 2 boys and a girl. Rader did the same thing I did with the Brights. I said I was wanted. I did these things, you know. I like to take pictures and tie people up, you know. The family was assured it's not going to be good for them, but they're going to get out of this alive, and I'm not really a real bad guy until I get the control situation. Rader told Shirley I was going to have to tie the kids up. She said, "Don't do that." I said, "Yeah, I got to." So when I tried to tie up the young, I think probably the older boy first, and he started to cry, which is understandable. I started tying him up, and he started to cry and fussing and whatever. And so I asked if we could just put them somewhere. Anyway, I tried to tie the kids up, and that didn't go. So we went ahead and moved into the bathroom, and then tied the bathroom door shut. I must have tied the west bathroom door shut with the cord to the sink, I think, and then I tied the knots pretty tight so they couldn't get it. Rader casually and wistfully stated I would probably have did the kids in like I did the Oteros, and I probably would have hung the little girl, 2 years old. Like I said, I'm pretty mean, or could be. But I, on the other hand, I'm very, I'm a nice guy. I'm a nice guy. Just, it's one of those phases. Rader went back through the east bedroom door. And that's where we took the bed, and we jammed that against it. Rader figured the kids were all right because he put some toys and some blankets and stuff in there for them. Books. Going to make them comfortable because I told them, you guys stay in here. And I think one of them told me I was going to break out, and I said, I don't think you want to. I'll shoot you or blow your head off or something like that. And they were upset. At this time, Shirley seemed to be pretty controlled, but I may have taped her hands. I didn't have handcuffs. I got the handcuffs later. Black electrical tape. I may have already. I think before that I already took her back to the back room, and we talked about what was going to happen. That I was going to tie her up and take pictures of her and then maybe have sex with her. And she said, oh, I'm so sick. I think I even got her a glass of water then. And I said, I know, but I said, that's the way it's going to be. And the kids were locked in the bathroom. Rader took her nightie off, her bathrobe and her nightie off, and taped her hands. Rader got out of his chair and demonstrated the maneuver to Detective Gouge. Rader continued, and then she got real sick. So I may have put her on the bed and maybe taped her feet, because otherwise she could maybe run out the door, but I don't remember. But she needed some water. So I went to the kitchen and I actually got a glass of water for her, and then she threw up. Or she threw up before I got the water. One of the two. After Shirley Vian was taped, Rader decided it was time. I had her lay down. I tied her ankles to the post right there, indicating, and continued with the rope, and then I wrapped her neck real tight. I don't think I spent a lot of time strangling her, although I pulled it really tight, and I put a plastic bag over her head and I wrapped it with her. I think her pink nightie, that was it. While Rader was murdering Shirley Vian, the kids were banging on the door, trying to force the door opened and I could see them. I could see it was probably the oldest one. He was looking there. He said, "Leave my mom alone. Leave my mom alone. Get out of here." And he was trying to get out. The phone rang, and Rader recalled the kids saying earlier that there was somebody going to check on us. They're going to come over. And I thought, oh, gee, here it goes again. That sort of thing that you never know about. So that means somebody is going to come over, drive over, or walk right over. When are they going to be here? Are they going to be here right now? And I got plans change. So I booked up and got out of there fast. And lucky for the kids, Rader left the home and went back, got the car, and drove east of town and ditched some of my evidence. Went back to a nice, normal life. Rader kept a memento. I grabbed a couple of pair of underpants. Detective Gouge asked about one of Rader's writings where he described hanging a woman in a barn. Rader responded, "Well, that's the fantasy thing." He had a thing for barns. When I used to do cats and dogs, when I'd strangle them, sometimes I'd do it in a barn. Rader reiterated that there were no more murders, but I can tell you that there's only 10. There's only been 10. 10 is the ones I got. The Oteros, Bright, Vianne, Fox, Hedge, Vicky, Davis. The others are all blowing smoke, and although I had attempts, now I can tell you I had attempts on some, and they were very close. Very lucky people. But that's the 10 that went down. Rader explained the letter to Mrs. Fager. Yeah, that's all smoke. I even drew a picture of that, but I knew once that I started explaining the details in the story, they were going to figure that out, because unless you've been there, but I tried to get the stories pretty close to what happened. You know, the one thing I could talk about was what would be in the paper, and that might snow somebody. That might snow the masses, but it ain't going to snow you guys. Detective Gouge asked if Rader had ever told anyone. Rader responded, "Oh no, not a soul. Been extremely hard mentally. It's kind of like a spy thing. Always interested in spy thrillers and that stuff." D. Nancy Fox. Wichita Police Department Detective Tim Ralph and Chuck Pritchett of the FBI spoke with Rader about the murder of Nancy Fox. Rader identified Fox as Project Fox Hunt. First, Rader explained the difference between the trolling and the stalking stages. The trolling stage was wide open. I might be looking and see someone else say, "Well, this is even better yet. Oh yeah, this is what I want to work on." And then I would drop this person completely, or I might leave them in the project box. Think, yeah, this is the one I want to narrow in on. This is the one I want to work on. So that's how my concepts worked, really. These started, these fantasies. I had these for years, project after project. I call them projects. Stalking was more focused. Usually once I got narrowed down and started honing in, it became a stalking stage. Once you latch in, you go into stalking, which is actually you're honing in on, you're working out the details. I call it the honing in stalking. The fantasies would then begin. I would start fantasizing how it's going to be, how it's going to go, and then they never go that way, But there's only been a couple that went the way I wanted them. Nancy Fox was special. Fox was one that went the way I wanted it. I was in complete control. Rader was all alone with Fox. I didn't have anybody bothering me. Rader first saw Fox when he was trolling the area. I was either walking or driving. I spotted her come home one day, went in the apartment, and I said, "A female. This could be a potential target." Fox was stalked when Rader could work it in his busy schedule. Whenever I had time, I had other obligations, social obligations, married, I got kids, school, I had jobs. Rader followed Fox a few times, and I checked her mailbox. And then I went out to Hellsberg's, where she worked, and I actually saw her, Rader really liked Fox. She really appealed to me as a sexual female victim, so I probably had an attachment with her, probably more than I did on some others. With this stalking work completed, Rader set the date and hoped for the best. On his chosen date, Rader told his wife he would be out late studying for school. I was still going to WSU, and a lot of times I would have to work late on a term paper because I had night classes, so that was my alibi, going to the library. Rader knew when Fox would be home from work, and I knew I had a time frame. I knew when she got home, and I had to get there and get in the house. So I parked a few blocks away. I wanted to make sure she was in there. So I basically went to the front door and I knocked. As anticipated, Rader received no response as he went around back behind. Rader broke in through the back window. Rader had a time frame, so he had some time in the house before she got there. Rader was in the kitchen when Fox arrived. She said, "Well, you get out of my house. I'm going to call the police." And I said, "It won't do you any good. I already cut the phone line." Or I said, "I already fixed the phone." And she put the phone down. Or maybe she didn't put it down. Or I may have taken it off. I did something with the phone, okay? Or one of us did. And that's when it was off the hook. Fox was described as pretty feisty. Fox said, "I gotta have a smoke," and asked Rader, "What are you in the house for?" Rader told her, just like I told some of the others, I was basically a bad guy, but basically I just wanted sex and take some pictures of you, tie you up. I said I have to tie you up to take pictures. Fox protested and demanded that he leave. Rader said, "No, it ain't going to be that way." While Fox smoked a cigarette, Rader dumped her purse out on the kitchen table. "I got her driver's license and some other stuff out of there." Fox said, "Let's get this over with," and asked Rader what he was going to do to her. Rader responded, "Well, I'm probably going to argue. I'm going to tie you up." Fox asked, "Do you have to tie me up?" And Rader said, "Yeah." Fox said, "You're sick." Rader agreed, "Yeah, I'm sick, ma'am." But I said, "That's the way it's got to be." Rader allowed Fox to go to the bathroom, but not before she assured him that she could not escape, and after he stuck a shoe or piece of cloth so she couldn't slam the door and latch it in case there was a lock on the door. Rader ordered Fox to come out of the bathroom, partially undressed. Fox came out with her sweater and her underpants and bra, and I'm not sure whether she had nylons on or not. Rader began to undress, and he ordered her to lay down. Rader asked, "Have you ever been screwed by your boyfriend in the you-know-what?" Fox said no. When Rader started to remove her sweater, Fox said, "Don't do that. Don't do that." Rader donned gloves and pulled out handcuffs. Fox questioned the need for gloves and handcuffs. Rader told her, "That's part of my deal." I said, "I gotta have them or it won't work." Fox protested. "This is ridiculous. This is a bunch of BS. What's going on?" Rader then mimicked Fox and described her further comments as yada, 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 and some other stuff. Rader put the handcuffs on Fox, saying, "You may have found the handcuff marks on her arms." Rader wrapped a belt around her legs, pulled her underpants down, and crawled on top of her. Rader had a belt, and I just took that up and wrapped it around her neck. The belt belonged to Rader. The belt that I used was the belt I was wearing. I just took it off when I took my clothes off, and I had it. Rader strangled Fox with this belt, but then I had her come back, and I whispered in her ear a little bit. I told her I was BTK. I was a bad guy. Allowing Fox to come back, and the first strangulation was described by Rader as the BTK, the torture thing. The torture is, well, you can visualize that, or being tied up and knowing that something's going to happen to you. That's my torture. After he whispered in her ear, Rader said, and then she really squirmed, and then I put the pressure down on it. Rader said that Fox, while being strangled, reached back and grabbed a hold of his nuts. Yeah, she did, and she was squeezing pretty hard, but it actually made it more exciting. Rader posed Fox after the murder, and after I got done, I think I went ahead and took the belt off and wrapped her a little bit with the pantyhose. Rader described the colors. There was some yellow, I remember, and some pink or red there. It seemed like I bound her hands afterwards, after I took the handcuffs off, with something yellow or pink, and I did the feet with something either yellow or pink or vice versa. Rader finished by taking a nightie that was there, and I think I pleasured myself in it, and then I left it there. Before he left, Rader took some of her jewelry, the famous jewelry that you're looking for. Rader could not specifically remember what he did with the jewelry, but stated, "I thought, no, I'm not going to give it to my wife. That's too cruel. I thought about giving it to my daughter once, and I maybe did give it to my daughter. If you can't find it, that's basically what happened to it. I gave it to my daughter, and she'll have it, but I don't think so. I think I still have it." Other mementos included her lingerie, her underwear and stuff, silky stuff. She had a slip or two, some nice slips, and some underpants and stuff. I think I took those. I did things to those things later. Rader was very happy with the Fox murder. I had complete control of her. That's why it was one of the more enjoyable kills, as I call them. Earlier in the interview, Rader said Nancy was a nice person. She dressed nice. She had nice, neat stuff. And the way it was all laid out and stuff, it looked like she basically, she's, really, she was a nice family girl. Leave it to a weird guy like me to do that. Rader described the phone call the next morning as a bold move. Probably a stupid move. Stupid bold. Probably a thing you do when you're younger, and if you think things out you wouldn't do. Rader made the call because he was still on a high. I wanted to get something going, something in the paper, excitement, yeah. I get quite a bit of excitement reading about that stuff in the paper. That's why I've been on a media frenzy, You sit there and they talk about you on TV. That's pretty high type stuff. I don't know whether you call it a sick mind or not. I've always paid real close attention to the media. Rader said he was working as a crew chief for ADT. That's a security company, for those of you that don't know that. The telephone was near a restaurant where Rader and the crew would get coffee and cinnamon rolls and stuff. Rader said, "You guys almost got me there. You got the white van with the blue lettering on it. That's the ADT van. During his employment with ADT, Rader said he stole some stuff out of these people's homes. Not stuff they would miss, but like women's underwear and socks and stuff. You know, when they weren't around, I would go through their stuff. That just turned me on. And I would take these things back and I'd use them for S stuff later. Rader also said he rigged a home once that I felt like I could maybe get back in. I rigged the alarm so that I could get back in there if I ever had to go after her. She hired our company to protect her home. We did a good job. Well, we did a good job on the system, but I rigged the alarm connection so that I could hot wire or go around it if I ever got in the house and bogey it. I think that's the only one I ever did. Rader described other projects and admitted to trolling in other cities. For example, P.J. Bell was in another city. Rader was staying in the city while he installed an alarm system in an adjoining city. Rader broke into P.J. Bell's home and waited, and I waited, and I waited. They weren't coming, and I thought, you know, are they coming home? Are they not coming home? I mean, your mind starts toying with you, you know? With you. And I stole some lingerie and jewelry and stuff. She had some real fancy red underwear, almost bikini type. And I really like those in my fantasy world. And I used to use those in my self-bondage pictures. Rader said if I could get a younger person, or could have got a younger person, I would do it. Just I'm not sure what the term, like adults, where they're attracted to kids. P-file, yeah. Probably have some of that in me. Some of the slick ads you'll find have kids in them. And occasionally, I draw a kid all tied up or something sick F. Rader discussed the Anna Williams break-in with Detective Ralph. I was actually after her daughter. I saw the daughter, and I was actually after her, but I thought she was going to be home that day with her, so I basically waited. I had social obligations. I couldn't wait there forever, and now if I was a lone wolf, I would have waited and waited and waited. Rader thought someone was home, and carved about the time that it took to break in. I wasted a lot of time getting in, and I had to be really quiet. No creaking stairs and stuff, so you know, that was basically a cat burglar break-in, I guess you would call it. Taped the windows or muffled it somehow, and I pried them open. Just carefully got in the house and snuck upstairs, and she wasn't there. Well, I got some of her, I think, nylons and some jewelry and stuff. And I sent it back to you guys later. Marine Hedge. Sergeant Tom Lee of the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Department spoke with Rader regarding the murder of Marine Hedge. Rader's code name for Hedge was Project Cookie. Rader knew Hedge because she lives up the street. According to Rader, he broke a serial killer rule when he killed Hedge because you don't want to kill in your own habitat. Rader boasted that Hedge was probably one of his most complicated hits. Rader proudly explained that he used a taxi and did a lot of maneuverment to get to her, you know. It's not one of those where you can just drive up and walk away. A Cub Scouts outing was used as a cover by Rader. Rader explained, it's a good cover for a guy like me to go out and camp out and slip away after everybody goes to bed or park somewhere different than everybody. And that's basically what I did that night. And it was muddy. It had rained a lot and it was muddy. So, to make sure I got out of there, I told them I had a headache or something. I said, going to bed early. After leaving the scout camp, Rader drove to Andover and just pulled back here on a country road. Now, I had my scout stuff, so I had to completely get dressed for my hit. Rader donned his hit clothes and got his gear and everything ready. Rader then drove to a bowling alley across the street from the Brittany Center at 21st Street in Woodlawn. So I parked my car at the bowling alley and pretend that I'm really having a good time. I go in and order a beer, and I don't drink it. I just put some on my face and splash a little on my clothes so the taxi driver that picks me up knows I've been drinking, and he can smell it. And that's my ruse. Rader planned to tell the taxi driver, "The guys and I have been out partying, and I need someone to drive me home." Rader put his stuff in a bowling ball bag. The taxi driver drove Rader to Park City, and Rader instructed the driver to let him out on West Park View, the street 1 block east of Independence. Rader told the driver, "I need to exercise. I need to walk." I said, "I need to wear this off. I need to walk a little bit," because I talked in kind of a slurred voice and pretending that I was drunk, but I wasn't. Rader paid the driver and walked down the road back and behind. I already knew the park. There was a park back there, and actually I went through my in-laws' yard. I went through my in-laws' yard because they have an open backyard. So I went through there. I cut through there and then back to her house. Rader thought Hedge was home because her car was there. Believing Hedge was home, Rader took a long time getting in that house. Rader said he acted like a cat burglar. A wire cutter was used to cut the phone line. When shown a diagram of the Hedge home, Rader stated, "Looks a lot like my house. It's like our house, the same layout as our house." I'm going to say, basically, they are cookie cutter homes. Rader crept in there real quiet and discovered that Hedge was not home. Rader heard a car door slam, and he hid in a closet. Hedge came in the house with a man. Rader knew that Hedge had a boyfriend. Also, according to Rader, he, in fact, tried to calm down the neighborhood rumors that the boyfriend had killed Hedge. When Rader heard a male voice, he was not happy. I didn't like to confront males after that Bright thing, and I wasn't too thrilled with that Otero thing after that did go. I mean, I controlled things on that, but I didn't control the thing on Bright. That was two young guys. They fought like hell. 2 young kids, they fought like hell. I thought if I could ever avoid it, I'm not going to go with the male thing. If it is, it's going to be real quick. Hold on a second. I'm not going to mess around with strangling them. I'm just going to shoot them or knife them. Rader stayed in that closet a long, long time and waited. When he heard the man leave, Rader patiently waited and waited till I thought she was in bed. Rader said he again did the cat burglar thing, creeping up to her bed. A bathroom light was flipped on by Rader. Hedge did not wake up. I don't think she woke up until I got on the bed. Hedge said, "What in the hell is going on?" Rader then mimicked Hedge and described her further comments as yada, yada, yada. Rader scoffed. She probably thought she was going to be Art or something. Rader had other plans for her. Hedge was throttled by Rader. Rader told Sergeant Lee, "I think I'm a pretty nice guy, you know. I raised a family and kids. Social obligations at the church, all that. That's the nice guy. But there's a mean streak in me. There has to be for me to do this. Sometimes when that strikes out, it's bad. You don't want to be the victim. Rader interrupted his explanation of how he throttled Hedge to say he was a nice guy. Rader throttled her and got her under control. However, Rader was not quite done. Handcuffs had to be put on, and after the handcuffs, Rader went ahead. I'm not sure whether I throttled her all the way or I strangled her with a belt or something, but I think I throttled her, and then she was dead. She didn't come back. Rader demonstrated the throttling for Sergeant Lee. Rader opined that the throttle marks were likely visible at the autopsy. Hedge was wearing a nightgown, but Rader took that off. After throttling Hedge, Rader paused a bit to get his composure, I think, yeah, and everything. Rader needed a rest because strangling is really rough. It's rough. They don't like to go down, like in the movies. It takes a long time. Rader complained, "Your hands, they get cramped." In addition, Hedge fought him as best she could. She tried to fight me as well as she could, and she made some sounds, but I was right on top of her, and there wasn't any way. She was a smaller lady, so there was no way that she could fight me. Rader was pleased. His plan was going well. Next, Rader wanted to tie her up and take pictures of her. The plan was to move her from the home. The key to the car was located and mementos were gathered. I went through her purse. I got her driver's license and some small jewelry and stuff and some coins and odds and ends like that. And I may have picked up a lot of times I collect women's underwear. I may have collected that some of that, like nylon socks and stuff. Rader returned to Hedge and stripped her there and wrapped her up in the blankets and stuff. Rader drug her out to the back of the car and drove her to his church, the Christ Lutheran Church. Rader did not want to admit that he took Hedge to the church. He originally told Sergeant Lee that he took Hedge to a barn. Rader acknowledged the church because he knew that law enforcement would find the pictures in his stash and would know that's not a barn. Rader carried Hedge into the church. Oh my gosh, he brought her in the church. Oh my gosh. He expressed shock at the effort it took to move her. A dead body is pretty heavy, unbelievable. It's like a concrete box. It's what it's like. Rader blacked out the windows of the church with plastic. I had the plastic hid already at the church. The church, yeah. That's premeditated. After running outside to make sure you couldn't see any light, Rader returned to the body of Maureen Hedge and basically photographed her in bondage, different poses of her. Daylight was coming, and Rader felt rushed. Daylight was coming up, and oh shoot, I got to hurry, and panic was starting to set in because here I got to get this all done and cleaned up and get out of here. And I got to get back to the car, and I got to get back to the scout place. Rader took Hedge to her car, and drove her east to where you found her. Rader dumped the nude body of Hedge in a ditch and covered her with wire brush. Rader broke the windshield because he dropped the keys down the dash. Rader threw... hold on a minute. Rader threw something, in one of the fields as he drove away. As he drove Hedge's car, Rader thought, gee, I wish I had this car. I wish it was mine. I think it was a Monte Carlo, I believe. Rader was soaking with sweat. He returned to the church and cleaned up. Rader had to hurry. The time was pushing on me, because I had to get back to the scout place by 7:30 or 8. So I was in a hurry. After cleaning the church, Rader drove Hedge's car to Brittany Center. Still in the morning. Rader returned to the body a few days later to collect some cord. But I went back Monday when I was going back to work, and I purposely left early so I would make sure I got there, and I had a little trouble finding her. And because the brush and stuff, it was really dark, because when I dropped her off, it was daylight and I could see, but it was really dark in the morning, and I found the cord and I got it out of there as quick as I could. And then I used a pair of different boots so I wouldn't leave footprints, and I changed those when I got in the car, and I was very careful about that. Rader explained to Sergeant Lee that during the course of his employment with the security company, he took things from homes. Rader would not take jewelry or anything. He would only take nylons or socks, something they wouldn't miss. Have you ever been in a woman's dresser? They've got pantyhose and hoses. They don't know what they got in there. All you got to do is reach way back there and pick something out, and they won't miss it. Rader recalled Hedge as a friendly neighbor. We wouldn't visit, but we would wave to each other and she would say hi. Rader said it was really bad for a guy that knocks one of his neighbors off. F. Vicky Wegerly. Detectives Kelly Otis and Dana Gausch spoke with Rader about the murder of Vicky Wegerly. Rader warned Detective Otis that he often goes off on a tangent. Detective Otis assured Rader, I'll drag you back. Rader was working for ADT Security and was all over town when he saw Wegerly back out or either go in or come out of her car one day. While stalking Wegerly, I could hear she played a piano. So she became Project Piano. Approximately 3 weeks were spent stalking Wegerly. Rader worked to learn the habits of his victims. The more I knew about the person, I felt the better, because I tried to be, I guess, what you would call professional in the matter. I didn't want to get caught. Rader was working the day he murdered Wegerly, but he took advantage of a company problem. The company was going through a management problem. They had been bought out by a corporate raider from England, and the employees really didn't know what the hell was going on. But anyway, our bosses a lot of times they were gone, and so what is the theory? When the cat is away, the mice will play. Rader planned a telephone ruse. Rader used a company hard hat and a telephone company emblem to effectuate the ruse. I think I may have used one of the company's hard hats. They had extra hard hats, a yellow hard hat, and I had already found a long time ago, or recently found, a Southwestern Bell manual, so I cut that out and I pasted the emblem on top of that hat, and my ruse was more like a technician or a supervisor. Rader parked his truck in the Indian Hills Shopping Center, parking lot across the street from the Wegerly's home. I flipped the helmet on, and I had the briefcase, and I walked across the street, and I went to the East house first. There was an older couple, I think, in there, and I told them we had been doing telephone repair work, and we needed to check the cables inside the house, the connectors inside the house, because of static and stuff. Rader went to the other home first, because I think if I walked across the street and I walked right to your house, you're going to say, gee, why is he walking to my house? Rader then went to the Wegerly home. He got in using the telephone ruse, and her kid was there, and the little kid was there right in the playpen. She was even on the piano when I got there, because I heard the piano. Once in the house, Rader told Wegerly he had to check the telephone terminals. Wegerly directed him to the phone near the dining room table. Rader made small talk with Wegerly as he pretended to check the phone. Rader used a tester during his charade. The tester was actually an instrument Rader used at work. We tested tones and stuff on it. Rader monkeyed around with it. And then I said, well, it looks like it works. Rader dropped the tester into his briefcase and pulled a gun on Wegerly. Rader told Wegerly, let's go to the bedroom. She got really upset and started crying and everything. She asked, well, how about my kid? Rader responded, I don't know about your kid, Wegerly said. She said, well, my husband is going to be home pretty soon. Rader told her, well, I hope he's not going to be home too soon. Rader forced her into the bedroom. When I started tying her up, I laid her on the bed. She was crying and upset. However, Wegerly did not submit without a fight. She broke it. She broke the bonds. Well, then she started fighting with me, and we fought really hard. We fought even harder than the Kathleen girl. And I think she either scratched me. Wegerly fought so hard. Rader thought I probably still have a scratch somewhere on my face if you looked. Rader described the struggle. And she was fighting for her life, and I was trying to take her down. The dogs were barking and the windows were open, and I thought, and her husband was going to walk in, and I said, this is a real nice mess. Rader did not have much time, but he took pictures after he killed her. The pictures were taken for purposes. Rader had to act fast, so this basically was a hit, a fast hit. I just basically pulled her clothes down and took some pictures, some quick pictures. Rader drove off in Wegerly's car. He disposed of his briefcase in the dumpster there at Brahms. The hard hat was dumped in the trash can near the muffler shop. Rader kept the Southwestern Bell emblem and told Detective Otis it would be found in his archives. Rader parked the car near a meat market and walked to his truck. As Rader drove away, he saw EMS responding to the Wegerly's home and asked what he would have done if stopped by law enforcement. Rader stated, I hope I would have been faster than him with a gun. Dolores Davis. Captain Sam Houston and Detective Kevin Bradford of the Sedgwick County Sheriff's Department investigated the murders of Dolores Davis and asked Rader about them. Before he described the Davis murder, Rader recounted the murder of Maureen Hedge. Rader once again described how difficult it is to strangle a human being. No, it's not like TV. You probably never strangle a person, but it takes a long time, longer than you would think. You're talking about 2 or 3 minutes until they are kicking and squirming, and if you let up just a second, they got a gulp of air. They'll come right back, You gotta keep going. To keep in shape for strangulation, Rader performed hand exercises. I actually went through finger exercises and hand exercises when I was getting close to one of these. I had a rubber ball. Rader spotted Davis not too far from where I live. Rader codenamed Davis Project Dogside because of the dog kennels north of the home. Rader cased the Davis home many times, trying to figure out a plan. Out of frustration, Rader just broke the back window out, and came on through. Rader recalled seeing Davis's son on television discussing a night when his mom's cat was startled. Rader said, that was me that night. Okay, prowling around. After careful planning, Rader decided that the hit had to occur at night and the victim had to be at home. Rader used a trapper's scout outing as cover for the murder. The trappers were having their annual dead of winter outing. The outing was at Harvey Country Park West. Rader went to the outing, set up camp, and got it all set up, and the rest of them were going to come in later that night or the next morning, and I fabricated some story like I had to go to town or back home for something in case you know if they got there before I got back. That's what I would just tell them. Well, I had to go back before home to get something, or I had to run up to Newton and get something, and then they wouldn't know when I left. So basically an alibi and a cover story. Rader recalled that it was very cold. Rader left the outing and drove to this parents' house. His parents were on vacation. Oh, his parents. I dressed in my hit kit, my hit clothes, at my folks' house. Rader then drove to Baptist Church for his final preparation. Rader had a key to the church because of the Boy Scouts. Rader left the church and walked to the Davis home. Rader crossed 61st Street and walked through a wheat field and cut through the cemetery. Rader recalled the cold and how bad his feet were hurting. The cold drove his decision to break in by smashing the window. The time, 10:30 to 11 p.m., when Rader arrived at the Davis home. Davis was reading, and Rader saw her through the window blinds. Rader waited, and pretty soon the lights went out, and then I waited a little until I knew she was asleep. Rader threw a cinder block through a sliding glass door. Davis ran out of her bedroom yelling, "What happened to my house? Did you hit my house?" Rader said she thought he hit the house with a car. Rader used his wanted man ruse on her. I said, "No, I'm wanted they are after me. I need your house and your cars and your money." Rader lied to Davis, telling her, "Eventually I'm going to tie you up and I'm going to leave you. I'm going to be a little time here because I need to get in and warm up, and I'm going to take your car and some food." Davis backed up and told Rader, "You can't be in the house." Rader warned, "Ma'am, you're going to cooperate. I've got a club. I've got a gun. I've got a knife. I suggest you do. You take your choice how you want it." Davis said, Okay. Rader handcuffed Davis and tied her feet with pantyhose. Davis told Rader that she was expecting someone to come to the house. Rader thought, "I could not believe my luck in these places. I've always got somebody coming." Rader was upset because, see, I really wanted to spend some time with her. Not knowing if someone was coming or not, Rader decided he had to get Davis out of the house. Rader forced Davis into the bedroom. Rader obtained the keys to the car and rattled around in the kitchen, pretending to look for food. Rader returned to Davis and removed the handcuffs, telling her that he was going to tie her with some pantyhose and leave. While removing the handcuffs, Rader asked Davis, "You say you've got somebody coming?" Davis replied, "Yeah, somebody is coming." Rader assured her, They'll find you, and then you call the police. I'm out of here." While being tied up with the pantyhose, Rader believed that Davis realized that he was going to kill her. Davis begged, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." In response, Rader slipped the pantyhose over her head and strangled her. You know. And that was it with her. Davis was in her house robe when Rader strangled her. Rader had tied her feet and hands with pantyhose before strangling her. Rader recalled using quite a bit of pantyhose on her. "I didn't take any pictures in the house because I thought, well, this guy is coming. I don't want to be in the house. I need to get out of there." Rader took jewelry. She had a big jewelry box. I just took the whole box. Rader also took a camera and her driver's license. Rader took the body of Dolores Davis and put her in the trunk of her car. Rader used a bed skirt to drag her to the car. Rader drove her car to the Kansas Department of Transportation Lake at 45th and Hillside, where he dumped her body in the bushes. Rader drove back to the Davis home and he threw her keys on the roof. Rader threw the keys on the roof because he recalled reading that the police had looked for the keys to the Otero car on the roof of buildings. Rader walked back to the Baptist church to pick up his car. Rader drove back to KDOT and collected the body. Rader then disposed of the body under a bridge. Rader recalled, when I dropped her off, it was snowing. And it was really cold. And I really wanted to take her to the barn and take some pictures. But for some reason, the weather, as late as it was, as cold as it was, I decided no, I ain't going to do this. And I really think I took pictures the second night because I think my pictures, if you find the pictures, I think you'll find where the animals had attacked her. Rader did not take pictures the night of the murder because I had to get back to camp. I had a time constraint. Rader asked whether law enforcement had found a mask near the body. Rader explained, when you found my archives, you'll find that mask in a lot of pictures. Those are me. Assimilated self-bondage. Distress. Rader put the mask on the body of Dolores Davis when he took the pictures of her. Rader recalled taking photographs of Davis that night after he killed her. My pictures show the animal marks on her, so it seems like her breast had kind of sunk in or something, and I thought, oh, this is weird, not very sexually stimulating pictures, Before ending the interview, Captain Houston asked about conversations Rader had with Davis. Rader related the following. She said, "You're not going to kill me. I got kids." Too late. Rader said the ultimate purpose of his recent communications was to terrorize. Rader wanted to deliver the message. I have been all over, I was omnipresent. And there is no place in Kansas that you were really safe if I was on the prowl. Communications. Detective Tim Ralph spoke with Rader about his BTK correspondence. Detective Ralph went over the communications made over the years. Rader also covered other subjects. The letter left in the library book in 1974 was prepared because the police department had arrested those 3 guys, and I wanted to make sure they didn't get credit for it because it was I probably like to brag a little bit, stir the pot, I guess you'd call it. Take pot shots and hope that they don't zero in on me. Rader left the letter in the book and drove home and used a payphone and called it in. And during this time, Rader explained that he never stops thinking of bondage and could use the most innocuous item or picture to fantasize. Well, there was a cup with a girl on it, I could pick that up and visualize she'd be tied up or something with a gag in her or something. Not a normal person could do that. That's what I did with the slick ads. The slick ad models, I would visualize how they would be in my fantasy. Death to a pretty girl room or torture room, and that's fantasy. Rader crafted the Shirley Locks poem from the nursery rhymes. Basically, I just played with some nursery rhymes. These probably were around the house. The kids had them, or old nursery rhymes. Rader said the poem had nothing to do with a poem published in a magazine. Slick ads were used to trace the Nancy Fox drawing and his other drawings. Rader explained basically I would superimpose somewhere along the line. I have taken a slick ad and drew around it and carved around it, and I put it up on a window or something, and I drew the visual person, and then I ad-libbed it, put the expressions in it, the clothes and stuff. Rader used the ads because he was not that good of an artist. The fox drawing was drawn from Rader's memory of the scene. While viewing the drawing, Rader stated, "I'm sorry, guys. I'm getting a hard..." Oh my gosh. Okay. Looking at this right now. What a gross guy. Ugh. "I'm sorry." Oh my gosh, you sicko. Detective Ralph quickly put the drawing away. Rader made the drawing within weeks of the murder. It might have been a week. It might have been 2 weeks. It might have been. I had to have it fairly fresh because I did. Dolores, isn't it Dolores Davis? I did that fairly soon afterwards. I had to keep the stuff fresh in my mind. Rader confirmed that he was not bluffing back in '78 when he wrote the Vian kids were lucky to be alive. Yeah, they were lucky. I planned on taking them out. Yeah, basically I was going to do the boys like I was going to do the Otero boy, Plastic Bags. And I was going to hang her. But I don't know where I was going to do that. I probably just figured that out. Rader admired the man that murdered the Flagers. If the girls were bound with black plastic tape and drowned, that's pretty S in my category. That's hot stuff in my category. What a sick F. That's some S activity. You know. If they were nude, that was even more so. To do that, you got to control the victim. Make them take their clothes off and bind them and drown them. That's got some S overtures. What a sicko. That's the kind of stuff that I would do. Or the kind of stuff I like to collect. Sorry. The story of the Otero murders, found taped to the stop sign at First in Kansas in June of 2004, was typed by Rader just a few weeks after the murders. That's basically the story. I still had it fresh in my mind, and that's pretty detailed. Rader explained the identity of Rex. Rex is S. X. So Rex is basically, if you want to talk about BTK and not use BTK, I call him Rex for SX. So that's just all it is. The phrase, the asexual thrill is my bill, is explained simply as it rhymes. Rader said that he has the thing for kids, the P-file, yeah, but I never, the only I ever got closest to is Josephine. I never had S with my kids, with any kids, or anything like that. But if the opportunity would arise as I got older, yuck, you sicko. Rader explained how he snapped his self-bondage pictures. You get a Polaroid with a tripod, and you run like a 10-foot cord with a squeeze bottle, and you stick the squeeze bottle in your hand, and you take a picture. Rader advised that you could see the cord in the pictures if you look real close, and you could find the cord where I snuck it down through the sheets or whatever. Rader thought he would never get caught. Rader even had plans for an 11th victim. Rader said if you guys hadn't caught me, I might have pulled it off. Rader was then going to retire, and his last communication was going to be a final curtain call. I was basically going to do this like a play production. I was going to write a list of the characters, and, down at the bottom, BTK Productions or something like that. Some wild thing like that. It was basically going to have all you guys, anybody that ever ran in the paper that had any connections, your name was going to show up in there. And what you did, like Ken, The main BTK investigator all the way back, boom. The mother lode. While executing a search warrant on Dennis Rader's office in Park City, the BTK task force discovered what would come to be known as the mother lode. One drawer of a locked metal filing cabinet contained a large collection of material Rader collected about his life as BTK and other related interests. During the task force interviews, Rader refers to this collection as the mother lode and informs his interviewers they will find numerous items of interest in the mother lode. At various times, Rader asks his interviewers to bring in certain materials so he can better describe some parts of the story. The mother lode is a single drawer of cream-colored metal filing cabinet. It was the bottom drawer. It contained within the drawers were 7 3-ring binders and over 25 hanging file folders. The hanging file folders contained some loose material, books, folders, and softcover binders. There were also some envelopes setting loose in the drawer. Numerous 3.5-inch computer floppy disks were stuck in various places. A large manila folder was found under the drawer containing the mother lode. When the drawer was removed, the folder contained dozens of multicolored drawings. The drawings depicted women bound to numerous types of torture machines. One white 3-ring binder is labeled newspaper clipping. Contained within the binder were the original newspaper articles concerning the BTK homicides and some articles printed in national magazines. One maroon 3-ring binder is labeled Master Book. Contained within that binder are more newspaper clippings, including the wanted poster for the Otero homicides. Numerous computer disks that are labeled, according to the chapters of his book, what appears to be an original printed copy of the table of contents of the BTK story is present. Some other chapters are printed out with handwritten changes. There are dividers that are labeled for each chapter of the BTK story. A large white 3-ring binder is labeled Communication Book. A floppy disk labeled Communications is in the binder. The binder is replete with originals of the BTK communications and information not known to the public. The following are some items. A handwritten timeline of the communications sent in 2004. It contained the number of communication and a brief description of each communication. The original communication concerning the Vicki Wegerle homicide. The piece of paper had the 3 original Polaroid photographs of Vicki Wegerle at the homicide scene and the actual driver's license of Vicki Wegerle taped to it. The BTK symbol was handwritten on the paper. A full-size copy of Communication Number 2. 2 copies of Chapter 8. The second copy does not have the full word puzzle present. The second copy was the master copy and had only select words present and highlighted in yellow. The original of the first BTK fieldgram, the original black marks can be seen. The typewritten portions are taped to larger blank papers. The original full-size versions of Death on a Cold January Morning and the photographs, and the original ink drawing. The full-size version of the Jakey story, a reduced-size version identical to that sent in communication with the original hand-drawn BTK symbol. Original Polaroid photographs depicting Rader practicing self-bondage. In several of the photographs, Rader is wearing the porcelain mask that was collected at the scene where Dolores Davis was found. An original chapter of the BTK story with original black marks striking through chapters. An original full-size version of Chapter 2, Dawn, with hand-drawn BTK symbol on page 4. An original full-size version of Uno, Dos, Tres theory, with the original hand-drawn symbol in black ink. This was included in the communication containing Dawn. An original full-size version of Chapter 9. Several full-size versions of communications that were transferred to postcard size when the communications were sent to media outlets. These included communications 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. An original full-size version of the communication where Rader inquires if a computer floppy disk can be traced, along with a clipping of the classified ad where the BTK task force responds to the question. Stamps and blank postcards. Newspaper articles about packages received from BTK. A black binder near the white communication book also contained original products created by Rader as well as another original property. Some items contained in the binder are the original typewritten letter of this communication sent on February 10, 1978. More newspaper clippings. A plastic bag that contained clippings about the Marine Hedge homicide. It also contained a small gold ring. 12 original Polaroid photographs of Marine Hedge shown, bound and posed after her death. The photographs were taken inside of the old Christ Lutheran Church. Newspaper clippings about the Catherine Bright homicide, and a noticeably age-type narrative. There are handwritten corrections in blue ink. The writing is titled An April Death. It is a 7-page account of Rader's encounter with Catherine and Kevin Bright. Excerpts. I spotted her one day while driving by. She was just entering her house, a pretty figure, blonde, in typical now-day style. Long hair, old jean jacket, and an old beaded purse. She was collecting her mail and disappeared inside. I was driving by to go to lunch with my wife. I had lunch, but I couldn't get that girl off my mind. Newspaper clippings about the Vicki Wegerle homicide and an 11-page account of Rader's encounter with Vicki Wegerle. The narrative is handwritten in blue ink with additions and corrections made in black ink. The original poem, titled Oh Anna, Why Didn't You Appear?, with the handwritten portions in blue ink, including the BTK symbol in blue ink. The original drawing sent in this communication is also present. It is drawn in blue ink. There are also original newspaper-style clippings about the communication. An original blue ink drawing meant to depict Dolores Davis. The depiction is similar to other drawings Rader made. 3 original Polaroid photographs of Dolores Davis, taken at the scene where she was found. Dolores Davis is wearing the porcelain mask in the photos. The date, 1/1991, is written in red ink on the bottom of the photos. The original driver's license and social security card of Dolores Davis. Newspaper articles about the Dolores Davis homicide. A detailed, hand-drawn map depicting the Dolores Davis homicide. The map is drawn in 4 different colors of ink. Each color shows a different path used before and after the murder. The original typed letter sent to Mary Fager. The original ink drawing that was sent to Mary Fager. The original is drawn in black ink. The original is multicolored, shaded with magic marker. Smaller maroon binder labeled C.4F/W book. This binder primarily contains newspaper and magazine clippings of celebrities. Some of the celebrity photographs have gags drawn on them. There are 3.5-inch computer diskettes, one of which is labeled Fantasy World. A small black binder labeled C-Book. The binder primarily contains newspaper and magazine clippings of celebrities. The original communication that contained the Shirley Locke poem is found in a plastic sleeve within a manila folder. A hanging folder has a large Southwestern Bell telephone sticker. The emblem depicts the Blue Bell emblem that was used by SWBT during the 80s. The sticker appears to have been attached and removed from an object. Contained in the many hanging folders and manila folders are hundreds of newspaper or magazine clippings depicting women being attacked and most often bound. Many are covers of detective magazines. Yes, that's true, Hart. He took pictures of her in a church. Can you believe such a thing? Oh my gosh. There are hundreds of 3x5 index cards that have drawings taped to them. All of the drawings depict women, posed with some degree of bondage present. The entire filing cabinet is full. There are several other 3.5-inch computer disc writings made by Dennis Rader, news and magazine clippings, books and puzzle books in the drawer. Conclusion. Dennis Rader did not suffer from any mental disease or defect. He was not the victim of any psychological, physical, or abuse. Rader murdered with premeditation and deliberation. He killed methodically, systematically, uninhibited by any moral concerns or considerations. Dennis Rader killed because he wanted to kill. The evil depravity of his deeds are beyond human comprehension. The time has come to hold Rader accountable, to punish him for his atrocities. Rader deserves the harshest punishment allowed by law. Signed by the District Attorney Nola Tedesco Falston, the Chief Deputy District Attorney Kim T. Parker, the Deputy District Attorney Kevin O'Connor, the Assistant District Attorney Aaron L. Smith. Craziness, right? Now hold on one little second. I want to pull over. Doodly doodly do. Something from the FBI. Okay, let me pull this over here. All right, so between January 15, 1974 and September 16, 1986, a serial killer who dubbed himself, this is from the FBI, okay? BTK, bind, torture, kill, committed 8 murders in the city of Wichita, Kansas. The investigation into these murders were conducted by the Wichita Police Department, Wichita, Kansas. This was in 2023, and that's why it says 8. During the course of the investigation, the subject BTK sent numerous mailings to the local news media and the WPD. The last time BTK contacted the public was in 1979. Excuse me, it's more than that. This is the final one, I think. Okay, said 23 there. That's weird. For the next 25 years, BTK remained silent. In March of 2004, that's right. 2004, BTK reinitiated contact by sending a letter. I'm losing my mind, okay? Hold on a minute. He was arrested in 2025. No, I'm not losing my mind. He was arrested in 2025. No, he wasn't. He was arrested in 2005. So why is this 2023? Hold on, let me just see something. I am losing my mind right now. I'm messing up 2025 and 2005. Let me just see when the date on this is. Why is it 8 murders then? That's what hold on a minute. This says final from the FBI, September 19th, 2023. Why does it say 8 murders? I don't know. Okay, never mind. I figured it out. I'm losing it. I was messing up 2025 and 2005. Sorry. I made a mistake. Should we get rid of the live? I made a mistake. Okay. Oh my gosh. In March of 2004, BTK reinitiated contact by sending a letter to the Wichita Eagle newspaper. Following this letter, 2 additional writings were sent to the local media by BTK. All 3 of these writings were verified to be from BTK. In March 2004, a BTK task force was formed, and Special Agent Redacted was asked to assist on the task force. The FBI is participating on this task force on a part-time basis. So they have armed and dangerous, open and assigned 7/16/2004. Okay, they have 1As removed and placed with 1A subfile. All 1As removed from main file and placed in separate 1A subsection. BTK serial murder investigation, source evidence containing 2 buccal swabs. Let's see, these are the buccal swabs. Armed and dangerous. On Friday, July 23rd, SSRA, redacted, advised that the BTK investigation should be reclassified to a 166E classification. Therefore, it's recommended to change the classification. Let's see here. Okay, during the credits of it. That's the same thing about the mailings. Over the last 30 years, the BTK investigative files have become extensive. The BTK task force would appreciate the assistance of VICAP in providing analytical support regarding the BTK investigation. This support would include, but not be limited to, criminal investigative analysis, setting up computer databases, conducting research, and providing technical expertise. It's the same thing again. We've already read that. Birmingham, somebody appeared personally at the Birmingham field office and requested to speak to an FBI agent. Dennis Rader. Suspect was arrested on 2/25/2005. No further follow-up required on this complaint. Complaint was put on a BTK task force lead sheet. Okay, this is all about the buccal swabs. what is this? 8/10/2004. I'm an FBI agent that recently retired after 23 years. My last assignment was as an assistant section chief in the espionage section under Redacted. I have also worked with SSA Redacted when he was FBI HQ doing economic espionage back in 1996. I know some of the terrorism task force folks in Kansas City office. The purpose of this note is to give you the attached tape in case it is of any value to you. I contacted Redacted to get your name. I was recently contacted by an old friend from California who worked as a practicing psychic for the past 10 years. She is pretty much in demand in New York and in California. I have not spoken with her for about 5 years because she married and moved to England. She called to give me information on a murder case that someone in your territory is probably working. She said there was a special on the Dateline television program during the month of July 2004. She said she got the following intuitive information from the television program and wanted to share it with whoever needed it. This information is regarding the BTK Killer in Wichita, Kansas. The woman who gave me the information is redacted, and she may be reached at redacted, said that the killer subject is a person that is jealous of the attention that other serial killers may be receiving and wants some notoriety. She said that there are pearls associated with the serial killers. Either the victims were wearing pearls or the subject has pearls from something and gets the sensation the subject is perched up in a high place, either living up on a hill or in an apartment where they are where they look down. She said BTK Killer has other B-type words associated with them, and names such as Bobby came to her mind. She also said there is someone someplace associated with the subject that has the SC in the name. She mentioned Scranton, Pennsylvania, or the name Scott, and that the subject lives in a dark place where they could be very depressed. The subject has very strange eating habits and may take their victims underground. Hopefully they do not have anyone underground right now. They said that the subject liked to keep the person underground and that there were ferns and pines in the area where they were located, and also said sharpen the eye had to do with the murders, either eye surgery or remembering things from the past, looking at the subjects, etc. Redacted said that there is something about tracking of homes or a housing development that has some importance to the case, and said that the B person is either taking college courses or is associated with a halfway house or with an institute. The Redacted says that the subject does not like to interact with people. Redacted then mentioned that there is a Jim or James, as well as a Truck or Charles that is associated with the subject. She also said the subject wants to get caught and keeps hearing the saying, follow the bouncing ball. The ball will lead to the subject. There is also a Mike, Mark, or Margaret associated with the subject. Redacted said that she could see someone driving to the outskirts of town and trying to decide where to go. Redacted finally added that there is someone involved with the matter that has itchy hair, either dandruff or a loss of their hair. She also said there is something involved which has involved AA. Hope this is helpful. Another poem by BTK is released. This is a newspaper clipping. Oh, Anna, why didn't you appear? 'Tis was a perfect plan of deviant pleasure, so bold on that spring night, my inner feeling hot with, what does that say? Propension of the new awakening season, warm, wet with inner fear and rapture, my pleasure of entanglement like new vines at night. Oh, Anna, why didn't you appear? Drop of fear, fresh spring rain would roll down from your nakedness to scent to lofty fever that burns within. In the small world of longing, fear, rapture, and desperation, the game we play fall on devil ears. Fantasy spring forth, mounts to storm fury, then winter clam at the end. Oh, Anna, why didn't you appear? Alone now in another time span, I lay with sweet enraptured garments across most private thought, bed of spring, moist grass, clean before the sun, enslaved with control, warm wind scenting the air, sunlight, sparkle, tears in eyes so deep and clear. Alone again, I trod in past memory of mirrors and ponder why, for number 8 was not, oh Anna, why didn't you appear? This is so crazy because his wife said, oh, BTK writes like you, but then to know that his wife found stuff that he wrote. The Anna Williams case. Police to offer an update. BTK homicide and letters. BTK calls 911 from a phone booth. You'll find a homicide. Nancy Fox. Second letter with the poem Shirley Locks inside. Another one, oh Anna, why didn't you appear, in a drawing. Letter mailed, taped to a stop sign, First Street in Kansas, Wichita, Kansas, contains a writing, describes the Otero crime scene in detail. Also contains a drawing and a listing of the BTK story with Chapter 8 crossed out. July 17, 2004, left in a book depository at the downtown Main Library, contains a letter titled Jakey, referring to a Sumner County case. Also bondage photographs. BTK crime scenes, timeline, the victims. The last known homicide committed by BTK involved the victim Vicki Wegerle, murdered September 16, 1986. During the course of the above-noted investigation, it was learned that around September 16, 2003, someone placed flowers on someone's grave. A few weeks later, someone went back to visit the grave and noted that the flowers on Wegerle's grave were gone. It was also noted that the flowers on the grave surrounding Wegerle's grave were still in place. It should be noted that only plastic flowers are allowed to be placed on the graves in the Rest Haven Cemetery. That's what they thought he looked like. In serial killer class, BTK is off limits. What do you mean he's off limits? Blandware, this is the investigator. The class is filled with the curious and those aspiring to criminal justice careers. At the break, a long-haired woman rushes up to him, speaking with her passion to work in homicide. He has taught this course for 5 years. He says during the break, the reemergence of BTK this year didn't discourage him from doing so again. He also teaches classes on profiling and sex crimes at the university. Most nights he teaches the course in room 218, where the late Professor P.J. Wyatt taught his American folklore course in the spring of 1907. Ludwig announced a possible link between BTK and O Death, a poem used in Wyatt's course in a news conference August 20th. Ludwig was a WSU student when Otero murders took place in 74. He was assigned to work full-time on the case in 1984 and has investigated it ever since. He used to focus a lecture on the BTK case, but he stopped doing so 2 years ago. I stopped because it's unsolved, he said. I decided to take it out. I did one lecture on it and showed a little of the crime scene. Wichita is much easier a hunting ground. He tells his student it's much easier to be anonymous, where in Newton you go, hold on a minute. What happened here? I showed a little bit of the crime scene. After the break, he returns to the lecture. There are 5 students. But, okay, I don't know what he's saying here. There are 5 manners of death, he tells the students: natural, accidental, suicide, homicide, and undetermined. Seeing so much death can make you paranoid. He shares how he was worried at first after he and his wife adopted their son James because of sudden infant death syndrome, although it is rare. I was terrified this would happen to him, he said. Then he returns to his lecture. The content is grim. He spares his students nothing, including several graphic photos of decomposing bodies. If you're there, it's going to be disgusting. Trust me, I've been there. Next, he reviews the crime scene for the 98 murder and assault of Regina Gray, a very nice lady, he says. The first shots he flashes across the screen are of Gray's front and back doors. What do you notice? He asks. The front door is open. She let him in. They answer. They come to the disturbing crime scene photos. He lists several men who were suspects and details how her neighbor, Stacy, was connected to the case. DNA samples linked him. He told his mother-in-law details only a killer would know and chose a victim too close. Still buccal swabs. What is this? New letter might be from BTK, police say. Vicky Wegler, victim. Here's the victims. Previous title. Getting closer to the arrest. FBI laboratory. Here's his stuff. Look at this. Card bearing, printing, chapter 9, chapter 6, the BTK story, a doll, that must be the Barbie doll, driver's license attached to the doll, pantyhose in the doll, plastic bag with corners removed, corners of plastic bag, Ziploc bag, rubber bands, pantyhose, pantyhose, pantyhose bag, pantyhose, plastic bag, piece of plastic, brooch, ring, chain with a coin pendant, a cereal box, a doll with a pipe, rope, string, and a cloth, piece of excuse me. Hold on a minute. Excuse me. piece of notebook paper bearing attached printed papers on both sides. Chapter 9 hits PJ Little Max. Piece of notebook paper, the BTK story, piece of notebook paper bearing attached printed papers. Hold it. Excuse me. Oh my gosh. Hold on a minute. I'm going to sneeze again. Okay. Necklace, piece of paper bearing printing. Boom, if you get to the BTK story communication. Piece of paper bearing 7 PJ project. Results of examination. Hold on. I've got to fill my notes right there. Now? Can you hear me now? Something's wrong with my mic. It's so bad. Can you hear me now? Hello? Can you hear me now? Hello, hello. Thank you, Nora, for the super chat. Thank you. Oh my gosh, why didn't that work? So you didn't hear me all that time? Oh boy, okay. Well, the first part was just about the DNA, okay? They just took the DNA, it was just DNA. I want to read about what they say here about the Otero murders and the murders because they have some different information there, okay? I am sending all the unidentified prints from the murders. I have labeled one that we think may be the killers with a sticky note. It says, disregard notes on the outside of packages. You have all unknowns. Homicides, possible serial killings. 30 minutes or so. Come on. Stop. Now I'm talking double? Let me see. Really? Notes on the outside of packages. You have all... No, I'm not double. Hi, it's Spink. You're double? Why am I double? Okay. The Otero family resided in a single-family home in a predominantly white, blue-collar... What's the matter? What are you talking about? I'm not double. I just checked it. Sassy, why are you telling her to call me? Don't tell her to call me. I'm not double. Twisted, go in and come out again. It's not double. The Otero family resided in a single-family home in a predominantly white, blue-collar, middle-class neighborhood. Mr. Otero was a recently retired Air Force NCO. The family moved to Wichita approximately 4 months before the homicide. You don't hear anything, Sassy? I don't understand how you don't hear anything. Can everybody else hear? Oh boy. What? No, Sassy. Okay, Heart, I will. But can you all hear now? Why is Sassy saying she can't hear? Sassy must be behind. I bet you Sassy's behind. Everybody can hear. Okay. The Otero family resided in a single-family home located in a predominantly white, blue-collar, middle-class neighborhood. Mr. Otero was recently retired Air Force NCO. The family moved to Wichita approximately 4 months before the homicides. Mr. Otero drove his other children to school shortly before 8 o'clock, 1/15/1974. He returned home to join the rest of his family as they prepared school lunches. And he began eating breakfast. Evidence indicates that shortly after Mr. Otero's return, the suspect entered the residence by unknown circumstances after first cutting the exterior phone line with a pinching type tool. Okay, and then it says that their other child returned minutes later that same day. The parents, but the child returned minutes later that same day, and that's not true. How many minutes? The parents were located in the master bedroom. The brother was found in the bedroom, and the sister was found in the basement utility area. No sign of a struggle was found. Mrs. Otero's purse was dumped on the dinner table and floor, and Mr. Otero's billfold was on the stove. The victim's vehicle was missing, and perhaps a small camera was taken. The victim's vehicle was located in a grocery store parking lot at a major intersection less than 1 mile from the residence. The victim's dog was running loose in the fenced-in yard. The dog had been in the residence when last seen. A witness saw the victim's vehicle leave the residence approximately 10:30 in the morning. In October of 1974, the suspect phoned a local newspaper columnist and advised a letter could be found in a certain engineering book at the city library. A copy of the typewritten letter was found. The suspect named himself BTK for bind, torture, kill. He described the crimes in detail, and he said he took the boy's radio and Mr. Otero's watch. He warned that others would follow. See, there's different bits and pieces of information in these different reports. The first time we heard of a radio, right, being taken. Catherine Bright resided in a single-family home located in a lower to middle-class, racially mixed student blue-collar neighborhood with blah, 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 blah. Ms. Bright and blah, blah returned to her home. That was her brother, remember? Approximately 12:30 on 4/4/1974. After they entered the residence, they were accosted by an unknown white male, 25 to 28 years old, 5'10" to 5'11", 160 to 180 pounds, dark hair, wearing a stocking cap, a hooded military fatigue parka, green pants, shoes or military-type boots, gloves, armed with a .22 caliber automatic pistol. The suspect reassured them that he was not going to harm them, but he needed some money in their vehicle. The suspect broke glass on the rear door to gain entry. 2 purses had been rifled through. A small amount of money was taken. A bedroom phone was disabled. Victim's vehicle was not taken. BTK never took credit for this incident, although in a subsequent correspondence he admitted another unknown kill. The kill can be viewed as explaining how the Otero kills took place, with the exception that the victims resisted, causing the suspect to react to his loss of control. And then Shirley Vian. Ms. Vian lived with Richard Vian and their children. They resided in a single-family home located in a lower-class, predominantly white, older neighborhood. Someone summoned help but did not see the suspect then. No evidence of S assault or S activity was found at the scene. No known theft except a possible robe. There are indications that Vian was not the intended victim, but rather the woman who lived at the other residence where the man was seen might have been the targeted victim. She wasn't home. Nancy Fox is the 25-year-old white female. She resided in one half of a duplex, and I said, why wasn't he worried about the other side of the duplex? Who was there? Isn't that a very risky thing to go to the duplex and do that? Nancy resided in one half of a duplex located in an older, lower middle-class residential rental property neighborhood. She worked as a secretary and a bookkeeper for 2 different employees, unless it wasn't rented. Unless he knew it wasn't rented, it was empty. But he didn't say that. Ms. Fox left her place of employment at 2100 hours on December 8th, 1977. Christmas was coming. Look at this. She was probably going home to do something. She stated she was going straight home. At 8:18 hours, 12/9/1977, the suspect used a payphone located near the downtown area, a few blocks from the police department. He informed the dispatcher that a homicide would be found at the address of the victim, and he gave the victim's name. Police found forced entry on the victim's bedroom window. Glass was broken and a pry tool was used. The exterior telephone line was cut with a pinching tool. There was no sign of struggle inside the residence. The victim's purse was dumped on the table. The victim's driver's license was missing. The receiver from the wall phone was on the floor. The evidence indicates the victim smoked a cigarette and was chewing gum and had already hung up her slacks when confronted by the suspect, who apparently had been waiting inside for the victim. BTK sent a poem to the local newspaper indicating he killed Vian, and a poem for Fox would be sent later. The poem was not recognized as anything but a potential classified advertisement for Valentine's Day, and the police were not notified. Subsequently, they thought that poem was sent without being paid for Valentine's Day. Can you imagine? Subsequently, BTK sent another typewritten copy of the letter, a copy of a poem for Fox, and a copy of a sketch from the Fox homicide scene to a local television station. The police obtained the poem for Vianne from the newspaper. The new letter described in detail the deaths of the Oteros, Vianne, and Fox. It noted another victim killed and challenged the police to identify the other killing. The letter also described how the next victim would be found. The final known activity of BTK in our city occurring 4/28/1979, a widow, Anna Williams, 63 years old, a white female, resided in a predominantly white, blue-collar, middle-class neighborhood. In her home, Ms. Williams returned home in the late evening hours of 4/28/79, and she found plastic-coated wire from her basement in the bedroom. Stacked with the wire was her slip, bloomers, and a belts. Jewelry, coins, and scarves were missing. The home had been forcibly entered by breaking glass and prying a basement window. A burglary investigation was conducted. Several months later, the victim and the same local television station mentioned in the Fox case received identical packages in the mail. The packages contained jewelry and scarves belonging to Miss Williams. Also included were copies of a poem directed to Miss Williams and a sketch of a woman, nude, bound and gagged. BTK's initials were on the mailings. Okay, so the victims: Joseph Otero Jr., Julie Otero, Josephine Otero, Catherine Bright, Shirley Vianne, Nancy Fox, Anna Williams. Thankfully was not killed, but he burglarized her house and wanted to kill her. Vicky Wegerle. Multiple homicides, serial killer, okay, media attention, high priority, BTK, serial killer, recent communication, Joseph Otero, let's see. You guess motive. Oh, death to Nancy. Photocopy of a piece of paper bearing typewritten message beginning Oh, death to Nancy. Another one beginning number 5. You guess motive. This is a letter in 1978. No indented something or other choice. IBM Selectric standard. Results of examination. The typewriting impressions on the specimen were something through the appropriate section of the anonymous letter file without something of the typewritten. Wow, now you wonder maybe why they shouldn't be writing in script in FBI report. Okay, it says number 5, you guess motive and victim. Number 6, you found one, Shirley Vianne. Choose at random with some pre-planning. Motive factor A, 7, 1 Nancy Fox. Choose at random with a little pre-planning. Motive factor X, some pre-planning. Motive factor X. This is the death. What is this that I can see? Cold, icy hands taking hold of me, for death has come. You all can see. Hell has opened its gate to trick me. Oh, death, can you something me over for another year? I'll stuff your jaws till you can't talk. I'll bind your legs till you can't walk. I'll tie your hands till you can't something stand. And finally, I'll close your eyes so you can't see. I'll bring death into you for me. Wow, BTK, wonderful. Cecilia. Last night I went right here after eating because I was emotionally drained. That I need something pulling all for black. You'll probably call me psychotic. It's a big, complicated game, my friend, of the monster play. Publicity for the Otero murder. They know nothing at all. I did it by myself and without help. There has been nothing at all. I did it by myself. This is when he was writing that he did it by himself. Write this letter to you for the sake of the taxpayer, the 3 dudes that you have in custody. Just like getting the publicity for the Otero murders, they know nothing at all. I did it by myself with no one else's help. There has been no talk either. Society can be thankful that there are ways for people like me to relieve myself at time by day dreams of some victim being tortured and being mined. It is a big, complicated game, my friend, of the monster, putting victims numbered down, follow them, checking up on them, waiting in the dark, waiting. The pressure is getting, and sometimes he run the game to his liking. P.S. Since S criminals do not change their MO or by nature cannot do so, I will not change mine. The code works for me. Will be bind them, torture them, kill them. BTK. You see, he's at it again. They will be on the next victim. I write these letters to you for the sake. Then he put everything that they had on them. He said that. Let's put it straight. Joe was in a position, he put it with the bind cords where he was. He put the victims, I'm sorry, this happens to the society. They are the ones who suffer the most. It's hard to control myself. You probably call me psychotic with S perversion hang up. Where the monsters enters my brain, I will never know, but it's here to stay. How does one cure himself? If you ask for help, they have you killed. 4 people will laugh or hit the panic button and call the cops. I can't. It's so the monster goes on and hurts me as well as society. Society can be thankful that there are ways for people like me to relieve myself at a time by day, daydreaming of some victim being tortured and being tortured and putting victims' number down, follow them, checking up on them, waiting in the dark, waiting. The pressure is great. And sometimes he runs the game to his liking. Maybe you can stop him. I can't. He has already chosen his next victim or victims. I don't know who they are yet. The next day after I read the paper, I will know, but it is too late. Good luck hunting. Yours truly, guiltily. P.S. We went on that already. Okay. On the evening of 4/28/1979, a residence burglary occurred in Wichita, Kansas. This was the residence of a 63-year-old widow who was not home at the time. On 6/15/1979, the victim received an envelope in the mail containing a poem and a drawing of a nude woman tied and strangled. The poem told the woman how sorry he was she was not number 8. The BTK strangler has killed 7 people in Wichita to date on 6/16/1979. Cake TV in Wichita also received a manila envelope containing a copy of the poem and drawing. Specimens. No latent prints of value. So he didn't leave prints around because they, you'd think all that. Now he was very careful about his fingerprints, huh? Even when driving the cars and everything, huh? Crazy, isn't it? But they're going to get the DNA from the daughter's pap smear she had in college at the health center. It would be appreciated if you would examine the typewriter and the exemplars to determine whether the Otero letter was typed on this particular typewriter. Also, please examine the Otero letter with the laser beam device for possible latent fingerprints. But there never were. And then they said about Underwood typewriter, 3 sheets of paper, results of examination. Typewriting compromising the Otero case letter is the same style and size as the typewriting specimens using the Underwood typewriter designated. Because of the lack of sufficient identifying characteristics such as damaged letters, this typewriter could not be positively associated or definitely eliminated as the machine used to prepare specimen Q5. Okay, and then they go through the letters. Fingerprints. So they were really looking at his letters to try, this is the FBI, right? To try to find out what they could. Okay, so this is, what is this? Has a special investigation underway containing a series of homicides that occurred in Wichita, Kansas. Somebody was a prime suspect in the murder of somebody during that time period. The WPD would like to learn from blank, file the following, the day that he entered the military service, the type of training he received, any medical history, including blood type and fat PGM factor if possible, any mental disorders, first duty station, date, first assigned to where he was stationed in January 1974, list of all duty stations, where he was stationed between 79 and 82. Well, who the freak would that be? Because that's not him, right? United States Air Force. Omitted from title. Okay, let's see. BTK task force members made an audio tape of a meeting and advised they would transcribe the tape and provide copy to the behavioral science unit for further future reference. They further advised that they may request on-site consultation in the near future, and they were instructed to make such requests through the Kansas City Profile Coordinator. Let's see what this is. Nothing really. Okay, September. Let's see. Nothing, but appears either your service, no. In view of the above matter, no. Okay, let's see. The city of Wichita. Oh, let's see. BTK Strangler. BTK Strangler. This is when they're finding the latent fingerprints, but they don't find anything. Photographs to the photo lab. More photographs. It was the floppy disk that got him, and then the daughter's pap smear DNA. Pulled photo envelope, 8 latent fingerprints, reported this case, latent fingerprints and results set forth. Total number of 0 scores. Okay, what is this? Typewriting appears. Chemical test from a substance characteristically present in saliva was positive when performed on Q29 grouping. Indicated these stains failed to disclose the presence of ABH blood group substances. The chemical test for saliva was negative. Textile fibers, including black wool, brown cotton, and red synthetic fiber, have been removed from the tape on the Q26 envelope and preserved on a glass microscope slide for possible future comparison purposes. Plain paper, dry toner reduction. Still going through typewriters and oh, this is when he was pretending that he did that Kelly and Sherry, but he lied. He lied about he did not kill them, and he didn't know the right details. You just keep going through the same thing, huh? Such a trail of paperwork. Examination of specimens. A forensic linguistic examination was conducted on the submitted specimens. It could not be determined that the letter had previously been examined in our latent fingerprints section. The FBI laboratory documents section originally examined the letter in 1974, and at the time, negatives were prepared of the specimen. These negatives were used to conduct the current latent print examination. The latent fingerprints were compared insofar as possible with the latent fingerprints reported in the following cases, but no identification was affected. Okay. 2 photographs of latent impressions resubmitted. Let's see. What's this? Why? Oh, and why? He put oh Lois, and then he crossed out and put Anna. Why didn't you appear? See, there it is again. Okay, and that's the end of that. Does his daughter stay in contact with him? Well, she did. She went and saw him. If you watch the documentary, she did speak with him. She does not stay in contact with the mother. I don't know what's going on with the brother. But I know that... Hang on a minute. Let me say something. Okay, let's see. Carrie reflects on how her connection with her father remains fraught and evolving. That's in the new documentary. Since that visit, she's kept the relationship at a distance. Now, when she visited the father, hang on a moment. Hold on a second. I'll tell you what she thought about the visit with the father. Hang on, let me get to this. Okay, so after the arrest, they executed a search warrant, right? And the wife apparently said that he said she wasn't angry, but she said that what did they say? That you've got the wrong guy. You've got the wrong person. He didn't scream at us. She said, oh no, you've got the wrong person. And then the daughter called in. And the daughter was a mess. Let's see. And then the mother told Carrie, you know your father. You know this is not right. This is a horrible mistake. He is not a killer. This is not him. And then they were watching television. Oh, one night, okay, hold on a minute. Now, see, this is the daughter, but see, and another thing I heard, the mother said the same thing, that BTK writes just like you. And they told she told her father that. And the detective said that if she would have kept that up, he probably would have got rid of her. Let me see here. Trying to think. So I want to see where, I forget where she said. In June of 2005, Dennis Rader pled guilty, and that was the first time they had it addressed square in the face. And they, let's see. He went into the detail of each murder, but I read that to you, and he really didn't go into the correct detail of the murders, right? Trying to get it over here. When the judge gave Dennis Rader a chance to talk, the families left. They didn't want to make Dennis Rader feel like he won, so they left the courtroom. And Dennis Rader said, Your Honor, Sedgwick County, the victims, I do realize that the crimes I've committed, should I continue? And they said, okay. He would thank everybody. He thanked the DA. He thanked the victim's family. He thanked the judge. It was a bizarre thing. The judge sentenced him to 175 years in prison. Let's see. Now, the daughter says she was raised her whole life. You don't air your dirty laundry. You don't talk about the bad things. You don't talk about this. You don't talk about that. So for 10 years, from 2005 until 2015, she didn't say anything until one night Stephen King was on the news. And he was talking about that new book and, that perfect couple thing, and said that it was based on her parents' marriage. And she got really, really angry. And she started to go on Facebook, and people started to email her and send Instagram messages and stalk her and threaten her and say things that they wish her dad had an 11th victim and it was her. And so she was seeing a trauma therapist who said, what if you just walked away from all this? And she said, it would be peaceful, but my reality is my career is now tied into all of this. So she made her father's murders now her career, okay? So she went from not speaking about it at all to where she got so angry after Stephen King was talking about this and it was making news that she then started to talk. And boy, did she start to talk. She said, she just talked and talked and talked. And let me see what. And she said a lot of who she is now and her identity is wrapped into her father. When she talks about some stuff like this, it is a little difficult because she does really, it might be hard to, do I want to say, some people might find and do, I'm sorry to say, find something strange. Okay, I'm just going to say that. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. She does say things like a camping trip, and she was glad to have her father because he was warm. Just some weird things, like she doesn't talk to her mom, and I don't know, just some, sometimes just things seem a little bit, I'm not, that's how I am. I'm going to tell you the truth, okay? For me, things seem a little bit, I don't know, okay? I don't. I'm sorry, I don't. I'm not going to tell you something that sugarcoat something. There's something a little bit strange. Let's see. Let me get I don't know if you guys have. I believe she even went to, the whole crime con thing and that a lot of people have trouble with how crime con is handled, but I believe she went to crime con, which, I don't know. Hold on a minute. She wrote a book. And there's some controversy over that too. Okay? But she also has a GoFundMe up. Or I don't know if it's still up. I mean, it's still up, but I don't know. Something about long COVID, or I don't know what's going on. But with this documentary, she's like all in that documentary. I'm sure I think she got paid for the documentary. Let me see here now. go to one other thing about that. Yeah, I'm sure it's got to be pretty horrific finding out after what he did that he's your father. Like I said yesterday, and that genetically he's your father, and all of that. It's just got to be terrible. Okay? Absolutely terrible. The mother could say he's gone and walk away from it. So let's see. She said her reality is her career is tied to this. And she wanted to visit with him and talk to him. And so she did. Let me see when she went. She went in her dad's records, and she went in spiral notebooks. And there were things that he wrote in there that she wanted to figure out what they meant, because they had that he was playing kind of games with her, and she didn't know exactly what that meant. So she was like, strange. And she said everybody and their dog wanted a piece of her. Can we write your dad? Can you get us in to see your dad? And stuff like that. And then she worked for days for things to talk to her dad about, and law enforcement went with her, and they said, you can't bring the essay up. It's going to shut. He's going to cause him to shut down. And they got to the prison, and she said he was frail. He was in a wheelchair. And he was like crying, so happy to see her. And they had to sit 3 or 4 feet across a table, there. And she was there for a couple, 2-3 hours asking questions. And she was asking him if there were other cases connected to him, because there were unsolved murders, and she wanted to know that. And he didn't want to talk about that. He said, can't we just have a father-daughter? Can't we just have memories? She said, that's not why I'm here. And he started dodging things and saying he's completely innocent for all the other things, other than the other things he said he did. And then she said he turned on a dime and he was angry. And let me see what else. And then she asked him, what does Carrie bondage game mean? And he said, I never touched the family. And she just started screaming about everything, about the woman he put in the station wagon and then gave her the car, and all of that stuff. And let me see here. And now I don't know if, now she says most days she doesn't even think about who her dad is. I don't think about him. She wants to be identified as Kerry Rawson. Every freaking headline had BTK's daughter. But the documentary, you see, she says that, but then the documentary she's in, that's the title. You see what I'm saying? It's there's a lot of contradictions. I know it's like you don't want to be known by that, but then the documentary that I believe she had a really big part in the production of is called that. My Father, the BTK Killer. So I don't know. I'm kind of lost, and I believe that the book she wrote was. Hold on, let me see. A Serial Killer's Daughter. My story. So, like, I don't know. I'm confused on that. Okay, I'm confused, but I don't know. You'd have to watch the documentary and see. There's I don't know. I'm sure she's got a lot of trauma she's dealing with, a lot of it. Anybody would, finding out that a monster, just absolute evilness, is your father. I mean, I don't know anybody that's going to emerge from that squeaky clean at all. Yeah, she had the final and the prison thing. Yeah, that's in the documentary, right? But she's also estranged from her mother, and I don't understand what's with the brother. Let me. An emergency divorce and moved out of Kansas to distance herself from the media scrutiny and her ex-husband's crimes. She has maintained a very private life ever since, with little information publicly available about her current status beyond her choosing to remain out of the spotlight. And let's see, because I don't see the son in the documentary either. Dennis Rader's son has generally maintained a private life and has not participated publicly in documentaries, unlike his sister. The primary documentary about Dennis Rader's family is the 2025 Netflix film My Father, the BTK Killer, which focuses exclusively on the perspective and journey of his daughter, Kerri Rawson. Rawson wrote a memoir, A Serial Killer's Daughter, in 2019. She's an advocate for crime and trauma victims. The documentary builds on her story and features her extensively in interviews. While the documentary discusses the impact of Rader's double life on his entire family, including his son and his wife, the son does not appear in the film, nor does the wife. The focus remains on Rawson's experience, her quest for answers, and her collaboration with investigators on cold cases that her father might be connected to. Let me see here. Okay, and I will tell you, the attitudes towards Kerri Rawson are divided. I've been to visit the various forums where this is discussed, and you will have people on one side and people on the other, okay? And there are people that feel that, well, here's one comment, okay? Somebody says, people are saying how brave she is, the trauma, the PTSD. But they felt that whole documentary showed her as self-centered and how everything is about her. And they said she's capitalizing off her dad. She brags about writing a bestseller and then posts a GoFundMe for herself, then does a Netflix special, and she gets paid for all of her interviews. This is somebody's opinion, right? Said the truth of the matter is her dad was actually a pretty good dad to her, to the point nobody believed he was a killer. He was a horrible person. I'm not downplaying that had to be traumatic in some way. Of course it did, to find out that's your father and what he did when you really see what he did. Because what he did was, to me, unless I missed something in the documentary, it seemed sanitized compared to what we read. Okay? But the entitlement and woe is me is just so irritating. Every single scene was all herself. The victims barely got any attention. That is somebody's opinion. Might be yours. You might feel the exact opposite way. I'll see another comment. Let me see. Someone said, when I get really depressed, my point of view gets very narrow and self-centered. Your brain is literally in survival mode, and it's hard to think about other people. The amount of trauma she's dealt with is way more than mine. People also ignoring that she's potentially a victim of her dad's SA, but she's too young to remember when she confronted him about that. He said, I never touched my family. Why on earth would she believe him? The fantasy alone of her at 2 or 3 is sick enough. She put herself out there, and of course, judgment is going to come with that. There were things she said that made me tilt my head, but it doesn't take away from the sympathy I have for her. She obviously has a shite ton to work out. I don't agree with that she didn't talk enough about the victims. I think she was very aware of them. They didn't want to participate in the documentary, though, and she really shouldn't be speaking for them. She didn't talk much, though, and about her mother or brother, who also don't want to be part of the documentary. I took it as respecting their privacy. She was trying to help police connect her father to more crimes so families could get answers. That's another perspective, okay? Somebody said, I personally give her a lot of grace. She's a victim 100%, but I can also see how people would say she comes across as unlikable. You can see and feel the trauma she's been through. The only time I think she seemed the least bit happy was when she was with her friends near the end, and she actually says something like, these people knew me before and see me that way, and that hit me. So real. I'm not judging her, but I don't think being in front of the camera and being public is helping either. What do I know? I'm just a peasant. Wish her somehow to find peace and strength as well for her kids. Has to be a brutal reality. She's just carrying so much weight. You could feel it through the TV. It's hard to watch someone struggling like that. It hurts the human spirit. Someone said the documentary didn't go into depth about his behavior as a father except the photos displaying normal life. Then she suggests she may have a vague memory of abuse at a young age. At one point, they edited a section which she says she didn't know where her dad was coming home, angry or normal. I would have liked to know more about his day-to-day temperaments. Let's see here. Okay, someone said, you're viewing it through the lens of someone who's thinking about what they do, having never lived a second in that house with BTK. It seems the public always seems to feel that the families of these serial killers should never publicly discuss their experience. If they do, they're absolutely not allowed to profit off of it, despite the fact that there's a massive segment of the public who eats up the subject matter. For goodness sake. Charlie Hunnam just played Ed Gein for the 3rd season of the serial killer Netflix profile series. So apparently you think the girl has to live with the identity of being an infamous serial killer's daughter, and that's the only thing on people's minds when they meet or talk to her. But she can't work through the trauma of her life and try to find a positive way to use that identity. Come on, that's just bitterness towards someone who hasn't done anything wrong. People need to get over the fact that money changes hands. You're acting like she's taken money out of your taxes because she put the work in on writing a book. You want to know how she could make zero money if no one bought the book. It was a bestseller. Maybe you should donate a chunk of your Netflix subscription to the victims' families, since you and the rest of us consume this stuff like crack. Maybe Netflix should put a portion of their profit to the families, or maybe we live in a capitalist country where you either make something out of the hand you're dealt or you don't. Good for her. I wouldn't want to trade lives with her under any circumstances. And I think we can all say that, right? Someone said, yep, I've noticed this during lockdown with all the crime documentaries and serial killers. It's all fun and games, but there are actual victims and families that have to witness all of that, and they're going through the trauma. The same trauma may not look the same to me, and someone will be very different. Okay, let's see. Someone said her father definitely abused her as a child, and she said she didn't know which guy was going home, a happy or an angry one. She was triggered for Stephen King's movie because Stephen King depicted him as the perfect father figure. She is very much about herself and her trauma, but she has a lot to unpack. She felt used by him as a cover for his true self. Yeah, she did. She didn't know whether, did he really want them, love them, or were they a cover for what he wanted to do? And that's got to be very traumatic, and really got to be a kick to your self-esteem and everything, right? She felt used by him as a cover for his true self. She's a victim too. I think she thought her child experience was normal, and they also went to church. Their community pretty much makes them repress feelings and tough it out and forgive. Him getting arrested actually finally made her finally acknowledge that she was abused mentally and that he was not a normal dad as far as his hot and cold behavior. It took several years for her to unpack. I think anyone in her shoes would have felt the same. I thought she talked about herself a lot as well, but I realized she's talking about her own experience. She's not trying to capitalize off of the victim's experience. So the only thing she can talk about is herself, and her family is still hiding and doesn't want to talk. So she's respecting their privacy and focusing on only herself. So it makes it seem like the entire series is about her PTSD, and her feelings. Okay, somebody said, and here's another thing. I was put off at the very beginning when she criticized Stephen King for profiting, but then did the very same thing. Also, the whole, oh, but he was a great dad and upstanding citizen BS. I've heard that a couple of times in the doc, how they were essentially fearful of this man, not knowing what version of Dennis that they were going to be greeted with. That's not a great dad. That's a person who's mastered controlling their rage and outbursts and still is triggered at times to show their true colors. I haven't dug into his childhood, but I'd like to figure out who caused his trauma in life that turned him into this monster. Hold on a minute, I gotta get something out. 1 second. Hold on 1 sec. Okay. I thought I wanted a drink, and then I've been dreaming of getting a drink. I've been dreaming of getting a drink this whole time, and now I didn't get a drink, but I'm going to drink now. Okay. So let me see. Did anybody watch the documentary? Does anybody have an idea about certain things? How you feel about certain things? Okay. Let me see. Twisted says yes. Catherine says gaslighting and manipulating her. Oh, hold on a minute. Catherine's wrote a lot here. Hold on. Okay, let's see what you say here. You say, Catherine, Heart Made Wise, for years following his 2005, she was in and out of contact with her father, primarily through letters, maintained an on-again, off-again, He made comments in a letter to a newspaper. her use of the media to his own actions, which she found insulting. She had not visited in prison until 2023. The single prison visit, however, was a final confrontation. During the meeting, she described him as subhuman and a psychopath who was still gaslighting and manipulating her. Following this intense encounter, she decided to completely cut off contact and no longer wants to see or speak to him again. Okay, she has since stepped back from being a conduit for information for investigators, focusing instead as a victim's advocate. I have not watched, but hoping to watch it over the weekend. You've been too busy, Darla says. Okay. Well, that's great. You know what? It's 3:13, and Carolyn has to do the word game and then go to sleep. Can't believe tomorrow is Friday. Cannot believe it. Okay. Can you believe it? I can't believe it. Uh-oh. Shoot. I tried that, Darla. It didn't work. Good night, Nora. Thank you for the super chat. I'm sorry that you had to tell me that it was. Did I spell it wrong? What, Heart? No. I tried that. I tried it the other way. Doesn't work. right, testy. Testify? Yeah, hold on. Very good, Heart. Very good. Testify. Fest. Nope. Yeah, MSO, I have its, don't I? Yeah, I do. Almost festive, I know. Almost doesn't count except in hand grenades and horseshoes. Let's see. Where's murder? This one here between F and S. Had to be that because it wouldn't make sense anything else. And I tried, didn't I just try that? Yeah, it doesn't work. This is crazy. I think we got to get some help here. Oh, a Yeti. Okay, we got it. We did it with a little help with our friends. Anyway, I appreciate. Hold on. everybody coming in tonight, everybody hanging out with me. It's a hard topic. It's difficult. It's, do you really feel for all the victims, and I pray for all you guys. I hope you're all okay, and prayers for all of us, because we all need them. Things that are said and unsaid, right? God bless. Prayers. I love you guys. See you tomorrow, okay? Be good. Stay well. Be kind. And we'll see you tomorrow. Let me see if I get on this, and can't see where I get us out of this crazy thing.